So, give me one sec, and we'll get going here. Give people a chance to get in here. Alright. That's going to ding for a few minutes as it's continuing to post everywhere. But, saying trouble playing on Facebook? Really? It says it's live on Facebook. And let me look. That's working. Let's see. Maybe. There we go. Let's see if I kill all those. Let's see. Come on. Oh, that's working. Dang. Too many people. Alright. Let's go National Storm Center. Says I'm live. That's always a good thing. And I see the live. See it right here. So, it's working. I'm seeing me point to my stuff. So, obviously, I mean, I see the live here. So, I'm guessing that it's working. Audio. Let's see. I got audio at all? Audio? Well, audio's working. So, I'm a guess that it's back working. I don't know. It's working on my end, so I don't know why it's not working on Facebook. It says I got 13 viewers on Facebook, 3 on YouTube. So this is just what I was just chasing right here. So let's back it up. Let's see how strong that cell actually got. Oh, what? No. Oh, that was earlier. Wasn't it? Oh yeah, that's 258. Oh. Let me take down my cam a little bit. Oh. Yeah, that was at 258. So I was like, no, they didn't just issue a tornado warning for that. Which they didn't. So, let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so that's what was producing severe hail probability, 60%. So that's what I was just in the middle of. And then it died really quick. So yeah, it looked like all the hail would have been over Loma Rica. I didn't go into Loma Rica. But let's see, severe weather, still a little bit of a tornado watch until for the next hour. Confirmed tornado near Salina. Tornado warning for. Let's pull up the information on this. A confirmed tornado was located 8 miles southwest of Brookville. That was at 9:56. 9:56. Oh, so that was earlier, right? Yeah, because now there's a. Okay, that's why. So I was a little bit behind. So there's. So that's right here. So yeah, I guess there was a confirmed tornado near Brookville, because there's still a tornado warning. Tornado warning for Dickinson County and Clay County in Kansas. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Let's look and see what. Let's look and see. Let's see. Let's go here to Doppler. And oh, there happens to be a Doppler right there that we can use. Hot darn! Would you look at that? I'll turn that off. Yeah. Doppler indicating tornado. 1.5 inch hail. But yeah, I would say that was good enough to launch a tornado warning for. Just past Manchester, heading right toward Wakefield. Should stay to the north of Chapman and Abilene, Kansas. So, but yeah, tornado warning. If you're within this area, go ahead and take cover. Milford should be just right on the outside of it. Wakefield, it's going to come right over you in the next couple minutes in Wakefield. But Doppler indicating strong rotation. Let's look and see if there's any debris. Yeah? That's definitely a strong rotation right outside Manchester. Right there. Nasty rotation. Let's see. So if you're in Wakefield, you want to take cover. This is going to go right towards you. Let's see, what does that say? 70 mile per hour wind gusts. There's more rotation here, just outside of Ellsworth, going right back toward Brookville. This cell is going to cross 135 and 70 here, not in probably another 20 minutes. So if you're in and around Salina, you want to take cover. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning as well. But there's some thunderstorms that are pretty strong. Let's see. Did that just say Gridley, Kansas? No, that didn't just say Gridley, Kansas. It did say Gridley, Kansas. Wow, I live in Gridley too, but in California. Spelt the exact same way. So Wichita is under a severe thunderstorm watch. Same for Emporia, Topeka. Here's our tornado warning right near Manhattan, Wakefield. That's going to head up towards Seneca in Fall City. Let's see. Let's go back to regular Doppler here. We'll go to reflectivity. Maybe. It might. Maybe. There we go. Pretty strong thunderstorm. Like I said, this is under a tornado warning. We just saw, I mean, even this cell's near Wheaton, Westmoreland, and Onaga. Doppler indicating rotation right with this little south appenditure as well. Which is just right over Wamego. Actually, know a lot of people in Wamego. I was just there last year. So, oh, guess I'm not working anymore. I don't have to wear that shirt anymore. Not technically at work. So, let's pull up. Let's kill that. Let's go. Let's look at the dop. Let's look at. Let's see. Let's go to here. So that shows some storms near. Let's run through. So near Harrington, looks like some storms are going to be popping up right about 2 o'clock in the morning. Same for Lincolnville. Looks like they're going to hug the I-70 corridor. Let's go. Keep going forward. Looks like more storms near Harveyville, Manhattan, Topeka. Oh, that line. When's that? That is going to be about 4 a.m. right over Marion, near Newton, Burns. That's at 4 in the morning. Then those go over Madison, Emporia by 5 in the morning. 6 in the morning. Ooh. Looks like it's going to be pretty active. Especially over Topeka and then Kansas City, Missouri. And then up by Chillicothe, Kirksville, Davenport, Iowa, Des Moines. A lot of strong storms up here in Milwaukee, up in through Wisconsin. Same. Look at all that heavy rain. This is about 9 o'clock in the morning, right over Michigan. Still seeing some of the storms. Just near Kansas City. That'd be about 8 in the morning. By 9 in the morning, starting to see that line kind of come south. These are going to be hailers here. This is real up near Langley, near Oklahoma. That's a same for Muskogee. That's going to be a hail producer. Still seeing some up by the Ozarks on I-40. Branson, look at that strong line through Springfield, going up through Lebanon, up toward Jefferson City, going up through Peoria, Illinois. Still seeing those heavy showers here near Sheboygan, just south of Green Bay. Still seeing some heavy showers in and around Traverse City in Michigan. Look at these big ones in Ohio. This is tomorrow out. This is about 1 o'clock in the afternoon in Ohio. Minneapolis is gonna see some big storms tomorrow, but might have to keep an eye on these if they come into western Kentucky. What's the outlook for tomorrow? see. So we'll kill that. Let's kill the DOF. We'll kill the model program. Go back to current. Go back to current. And let's see. Do the screen capture. Oh, let's see. Oh. Moderate risk for Wednesday. Really? Moderate risk for severe weather on Wednesday. So that'd be day 2. So yeah, that's pretty much putting it. You know what? Why did I do that? I'm so dumb. I'm not a smart guy most of the time. Let's go. I forget I can do that actually in my own tool. Kill that. Come up here. So this is day 1. Let's go day 2. So yeah, right over Western Kentucky. Paducah, Mayfield, Wingo, all the way to Hopkinsville, near Louisville, and southwestern Indiana, southeast Illinois. Does that include Bowling Green? Or not Bowling Green, does it, Poplar Bluff? It does include Poplar Bluff. Man, they've been having a rough couple weeks, Poplar Bluff. That goes right back, is that Jonesboro? Yep, Jonesboro. Just to the east of Little Rock, Memphis, Mississippi. So yeah, looks like we're going to have a lot of severe weather tomorrow. Big target right over. Going to have a house the tornado threat in the early hours in Oklahoma. I'm not really seeing much of a tornado threat anymore. Most of them actually have already died out. If we kill this out, we're not seeing any storms right now. If we let's go back to the model. Let's go back to reflectivity. Let's see. Oh. OKC down toward Lawton, down 44. You might be able to see a little bit near Kingfisher. This is going to be a hail producer. This is at 4 a.m. So you might see a threat pop up. Especially if the model program is right and you get this big nasty thunderstorm that forms pretty much in OKC Metro. Let's follow it. Let's see where it goes. So that's 4 a.m. 5 a.m. it's heading toward Tulsa. 6 a.m. it's up by Bartlesville and Ponca City. Seeing a new line develop going up through Emporia. So McAllister, Antlers down by Sherman, Texas. Seeing that line develop. That's at 7 in the morning. 8 in the morning. We're seeing showers concentrated over Tulsa down through Henrietta, up by Hugo and Patu, Stillwell. Still seeing them near Kansas, Oklahoma, and Veneta, Muskogee. Yeah, you could see it. You could probably see a tornado threat early in the morning if everything stays how this is predicting. I wouldn't see why. I wouldn't see why you possibly might have a tornado threat in the morning. Let's see. Let's back up for Henrietta. Let's back it up. So that is at 8 in the morning. So that's about 8 o'clock in the morning. And then your threat's over. I mean, it moves really quick. I mean, so that's 1 in the morning. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, so on. So I would say your biggest threat is probably going to be close to 8 in the morning in Henrietta. It's what I would, just going off of what the Dopplers, this is the model. So this is the latest model that's coming out right now. So we have our storms here, and then they keep firing up, and then they really blow up overnight, and then by morning, I mean, that's 10 in the morning, that's 8, 7, that's 6, 5, 4, that's 3, 2 in the morning, 1 in the morning, midnight. So still have some active weather across Kansas for sure for tonight. We'll kill the Doppler. We'll kill the model. No active tornado warnings. Still see Doppler still indicating some rotation and some big hail near Onaga. Still seeing some rotation back near Manchester as well. But all that should stay right close to the I-70 corridor. Still have some strong storms that are about to cross 135 within the next couple hours. I know Mandy wants to know. She was like, "Hey, can you tell me?" So let's, if she's even still watching, she might still be watching. She may not. Let's see. Let's go to model. Let's go back to reflectivity. Maybe. So there's Chanute. Let's see. Looks like it all stays around you until 8 in the morning. So looks like you kind of bite the bullet. So the biggest thing, it will be right here, right at 8 when you have that line. But everywhere else just kind of stays around you. No, I was being funny. I was saying I was showing everything, but I didn't show you. So if you can see, there's Chanute right there. Everything kind of forms around you until that little line comes in at about 8 o'clock in the morning. So And then, do you get another threat after that? No. So it's going to be pretty quiet for you until 8. Yeah, I saw the pictures. I saw the pictures that you posted of your new car. You know white shows off all the dents, right? And dirt and dents. You will definitely see a hailstone dent on that white paint. You will definitely see it. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be an active day for Kentucky tomorrow, especially if we go back and yeah. Well, while I'm here, so let's pull up the screen capture and let's actually read what they're actually calling for tomorrow. Numerous severe storms are likely. Let me see if I can pull that up better. I don't remember if I can do that or not. Let's see. Let's see. Because then it gets hard for you guys to read it that way. Let's see. I used to be able. Let's see if I can. Nope. Nope. Cancel that. Is it 9? Let's see. Let's see if we can do a zoom. Let's see here. Zoom would be nice. Cancel that. Settings. Zoom. See if that works so you can actually read it. No? Not yet? Looking better? There we go. Let's see. Numerous severe storms are likely Wednesday and Wednesday night across the southern Great Lakes, mid-Mississippi Valley, in North Texas into the Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas area. Severe wind gusts, very large hail, and strong tornadoes are possible. Ooh. A broad mid-level trough and powerful 100-plus knot jet streak will accelerate northeastward from the Central Plains to the Great Lakes on Wednesday. Strong ascent and advancing upper trough will primary shortwave impulse will support a deep 990 millibar surface low moving from the northern plains into the western Great Lakes. A warm front will rapidly move north through the morning, which will allow for a broad warm sector featuring 60s Fahrenheit dew points to expand as far north as eastern Iowa into north central Ohio and southern Michigan by Wednesday afternoon. A cold front attendant will to the deep surface cyclone will steep eastward. Yeah. Let's see. Thunderstorms will likely be ongoing from northeast Texas to the upper Midwest. Yeah, I can see that because they're already going. As temperatures warm into the 70s and low 80s, moderate to strong instability will develop by early afternoon. A cap centered around 700 millibar will keep deeper convection suppressed for much of the day. However, the heights fall over the warm sector. Yeah. Let's see. In addition, low level shear will support the threat for tornadoes. Yeah. Well, I definitely see that. And the Doppler supports that because we were just looking at the model, and the models even pick up on that, and we're still kind of far away. But yeah, there's so that only goes until 3 p.m. But at 3 p.m. you can already see the storms are already trying to get developed here. So yeah, I would say let's go to the 48 hour. Let's look and see what it says for the 48 hour. I mean, it's not as profound as I was hoping. I mean, you can kind of see a little twist right there. If you look right over Evansville, kind of looks like a little twist. That Doppler's already indicating that there's going to be a rotation near Evansville and Sturgis. Can kind of see little twists in the clouds. So, yeah. Definitely something worth watching for tomorrow. Watch, they're going to call me into work, too. I bet you a buck. Bet you a buck I get called in. But I don't know why there's a tornado watch still in effect down here. There's no storms here. Why do we have a tornado watch? And I guess it's only for a half an hour. But that seems kind of pointless. All the storms are way up here. Ah, that makes sense, Mandy. That makes sense. How about $2? $2. $2. We'll bet $2 that I get called in tomorrow. Because at this point, I'm supposed to be off. So I'm feeling lucky that they're going to call me in. Feeling really lucky that they're going to call me in. I got called in both yesterday and today. So let's wonder. Let's see. We'll go up. Flood warning. Severe thunderstorm. Still seeing a little bit of twist near Brookville. haven't seen if anyone reported. Actually, we can look. Let's see. Okay, what's up with all the notifications today? Oh, check out this what appears to be a tornado early Tuesday night in Salina. Yeah, that could be a tornado. Bel Air Street and Cloud Street in Salina. Anybody? There's a wall cloud. Right there. Pretty low wall cloud too. In Salina. Lowering shortly after a tornado lifted to the northwest of Salina. This system keeps recycling. What else we got? Hey, National Storm Center's live. Go figure. What else? There is a train spotter report of a tornado. Yep. Which one's this? After it lifted. No video of it going through. Confirmed tornado near Salina. What? Oh, there. Yeah. Yeah, definitely right there. If you ever record, tilt your phone the other way. Don't record straight up and down. That's such a pet peeve of mine. If you're gonna record something, turn your phone sideways. Especially if you're gonna post it. Whoa, power flash? Are those power flashes or lightning? Dude, go back the other way. Is that lightning or power flashes? Kind of hard to tell.
This is the second set of sirens tonight, and it's still as fuck. It reminds me of June 3rd, 1980.
So that is the tornado that Salina saw. You can kind of see it. It's a little bit harder to see, but you can see it's kind of, there's one side of it, and over here there is the other side. So there's that cone right there, And I heard that Cameron has something that he would want to show us. So, Cameron, what do you have out there?
Probably a tornado.
All right, I'm
right
just
there.
off of I-7.
That's
We're looking
flash.
at the Solomon
That's a power
storm.
flash. That's a
And
power
if the
flash.
lightning flickers, you can clearly see the storm structure. You can see the wall cloud. You can see the inflow tail back to the right. Come on, lightning, please. Okay, well, it doesn't seem to want to do it, but I can clearly see the storm structure. So if there was a tornado, it's going to be right there. And good news is, as of right now, it is not there.
Yeah, I turned the audio on just to see what. So, yeah, I could definitely, oh, new tornado warning. Oh, go to that one. Let's kill that. Let's go back to that. There we go. Actually, let's go. I can. So, tornado warning for Rice County and Barton County. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Chase, 9 miles east of Ellenwood, moving northeast at 55. So, let's go here. Let's cut that off. Let's go. Come on. Let's go to the Wichita Doppler load. There we go. And let's go to the velocity. I don't really see anything on the velocity. There's Chase. Seeing it there. Let's go to screen capture. Let's look on this one. Yeah, seeing it right there. Oh, yep, right over, pretty much right over Chase right now. Now it's right over to the side of Chase. Right there. Let's pull up, since I actually have that up. Let's do this. Let's see, weather alert. No. Let's go here. Maybe this will work how I want it to. Maybe. There it is. And let's pull up velocity. Right there. Ah, that's a pretty big rotation. Let's see if there's any debris. Yep, that's the debris. Right there. That is a tornado. Just to the north of Chase. That is a tornado. There's debris flying right there. See that? Green, green, green is a... Right there, just to the north of Chase. So, if you're in Chase, Kansas, need to take cover. There is confirmed tornado, Doppler indicated. Let's go back. Let's see if they updated that. Let's go back to the other Doppler here. Doink. Just right to the north of Chase. Let's go back to the other Doppler here. Yeah. That's definitely debris. Tornadic thunderstorm is moved outside the warned area before, therefore the warning has been allowed to cancel. Warned area. I think these guys are smoking something. They're smoking something funny out in Kansas. How is that outside the warned area? It's right there. Still in the warned area. How the heck do you cancel a tornado warning saying it's outside the warned area when it's still in the warned area? $250. Sorry, I just saw your comments, Mandy. $250. Are we bidding? Are we just gonna keep going up? Doppler indicating 2-inch hail. 2 1/4. 2 1/4-inch hail. That's going to move right toward Geneseo. I wonder why. Wonder why it's not. We're going to kill that. We'll restart it. Not working how I want it to. Are we still live? You guys still able to hear me okay? Because kind of maybe I hit a lag. 6 pieces of hail barter. In a left shoe. There we go. That's what I was warning it to do. I got a right shoe and a sock and what else? I got a dog. So in the next few minutes, the storm's going to move right over Geneseo and then Marquette. So just after midnight, it's going to hit Marquette. At about 12:15, it will be in Lindsborg. 12:17, Smolin. Then Assyria, Gibson, and Carlton. So as it gets closer to 1:35, you mean to tell me what's that? Hail, 1 inch in diameter. Nickel quarter size hail in Ellsworth. This report is delayed by about 10 minutes. Surprised there's nobody out here. So this tornado warning is set to expire in 12 minutes. But obviously, we know it's rotating. So I see your 6 pieces of hail, and I'll raise you 3 paper clips, a stapler, a whole box of staples, and what else? What else can I throw in to make the deal sweeter? A slightly used, worn hat. Here you go. And a pack of batteries. Because I know they're going to call me in tomorrow. There's going to be... There was storms here today, and I got called in right before all the storms popped off. And we actually had a tornado warning just past my house a little bit. It's like, go figure. Go figure. The day that they're going to call for storms, they call me into work. But it's okay, because I'll be in... Oh, yeah, that's another thing I can look. I can look and see if there's going to be any storms while I'm out in Arkansas. So I'll be actually out in Arkansas. Let's look. So let's see. That's day 2. So that's day 3. Day 3 will be on Thursday. That's Friday. Wow. Are you kidding? I'm actually taking off Thursday. Or actually, I'm taking off Friday. So day 4 So it looks like another threat of storms, and that's where I'm going. I'm going right outside Tulsa, right here in this, right in the Rogers area of Arkansas, Bella Vista area. So that's Friday. What's Saturday? Day 4, day 5. Oh. See, I'm... Dang. Well off to my south. What about... Nothing. Nothing. Darn. So I'll actually be in OKC on Sunday. Primary will be in northern Mexico. Mississippi, day 4. Models to the Arklatex. A cold front will move through the upper trough through the end of the weekend into early next week. Some severe risk could emerge over parts of the southeast and eastern U.S. Darn. See? Nothing ever happens when I'm... It's always before, but nothing after. That's crappy. That kind of... I was hoping I was going to get to see some severe storms this weekend. But does not look like it. Let's look. Let's go back and look and see what's going on Doppler. Not seeing any debris as we were. We'll put it in motion. Oh. That's all you're going to show? You can see it right there. And then it dissipates. Right there. Look, we can follow it there. There. It's really strong there. Look at all that debris. Look at all that blues. You know what I can do? You know what I can do? We can do this. Alright. So... right there. Let me go to opacity. It's one thing I love about this Doppler. What do we have in? Oh, we have a farm. We have a farm there. A lot of farmland. Oh, does it get close to those? Let's see if we can go. Does it go right over that? It gets really close to that, doesn't it? Oh, what's that? Emergency manager reported ping pong ball size hail, but no reports of any tornado damage. But for some reason, let's go back to this one. We can see, we go forward right there. But it deteriorates as it gets close to Geneseo, which is good news. I don't even know if that town is populated. We can see. Yeah, it's a good population. Luckily, it deteriorates before coming in. So there's the high school. ping ball. Yeah, you need to. I'll sleep a lot when I'm no longer here. Oh, sleep is overrated. So it just hit about 6 minutes ago. Just it's been a long day. It's oh, Chase is 400. So somewhere in between here, just north of Chase, and right in here, pretty much. What do we have? Did they really issue more of a tornado watch? They did. They extended the tornado watch, which it now actually includes you. Penny Size Hail by Jared Rodriguez. Kyle? Who's that? Hunter? Penny in Chanute. You're like, I know him. Hunter and Kyle. Two chasers. Actually, I don't need to. We'll kill. So when did they extend? When did they extend? When did they extend the tornado watch? Current watches? Oh, right there. Come on. At 11:50. Oh, so 9 minutes ago. They just extended it. A tornado watch for portions of southeast Kansas until 7 a.m. Primary threats include a few tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible, widespread large hail, and scattered very large hail events to 2.5 inches in diameter. Scattered damaging winds likely with isolated significant gusts to 80 miles an hour. A line of thunderstorms is expected to continue eastward into southeast Kansas over the next several hours. Increasing low-level moisture and strong low-level winds fueled will support a threat for tornadoes within this line. So, yeah, 9 minutes ago. That's why I was like, wow, did they really? But they did, 9 minutes ago. Which actually includes Salina. Goes up and no, it does not include Salina. Yes, it does. What's the... I see the purple. Purple goes up. And actually includes... Oh, because that's right when that tornado warning was issued. So they extended the watch area. Because that includes Chase. Chase is in that tornado watch. That's why they did it. That's why they extended it. Because it goes up, comes right through the southern part of this line, comes down, comes over, and goes down. Ellsworth isn't in it, surprisingly. Ellsworth isn't in this tornado watch. It goes up like this and straight across. Which is weird because this whole area was under a tornado warning earlier that there was rotation up here in this line toward Wheaton, but it's not under a tornado watch. That is so freaking weird that they did that. They included Chase into the tornado watch, but up here when there was tornado warnings earlier, they didn't extend it up past I-70. It's for 70 and below. It includes 135 and 70, but that's it. That is so weird. Oh, new tornado maybe? New tornado warning? Yep. New tornado warning. McPherson County, Ellsworth County, and Saline County until 12:30. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles northwest of Marquette or 10 miles southeast of Canopolis, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail. Radar indicating rotation. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas in southwestern McPherson County, southeastern Ellsworth, and southwestern Saline County, including Canopolis Lake, Fallon, and Canopolis State Park. Which includes Brookville. Why didn't it just say Brookville? Brookville's back in it. And that's heading right towards Salina. Is it going to hit Salina? It's going to go to the south of Salina in the next 24 minutes and 33 seconds. It's going to cross I-135 in the next 21 minutes. What about here? 18 minutes, 19 minutes, 20 minutes, 21, 22, 22. And Doppler indicating rotation. There's the rotation symbol. That includes Solomon. Solomon is in track. 39 minutes to Solomon. Almost a Chapman. It's going to stay. Let's see, what about Wamego? Looks like it's going to stay. Maybe. But keeps going northeast. It can hit Wamego. Manhattan. If it stays on that trajectory. I guess it's possible. Oh. Guess it's possible. Oi. Let's go. There we go. Let's look at the other Doppler here. Ah, look at that. That's debris. That's a lot of debris. Ooh, that's a big tornado. That hit something. That's debris. There it is right there. That's when it forms. That's when it touches down. Wow. That's a crap ton of debris in the air. Still there. Doppler can't, that's house. Because Doppler can't decide what that is. This is probably leaves and dirt. This black, probably wood. Or insulation or something. Still there. And alright, let's change Doppler sites. Obviously, that one might be too far. Let's go to KTWX. Except for now, I'm going to lose everything, I betcha. Alright, so there it is there. There it is there. We can see it there. Alright, let's go. Still not confirmed. Just to the south. Yeah, it's going pretty much in a straight line. There it is. Okay. Let's see. Let's pull up this one. So it should be near Brookville. So let's go forward in time. It's not gonna let me, I betcha. Let's go. There we go. Let's go to this one. Oh, right there. Alright. Doppler indicating rotation. Doppler indicating tornado. That's what that is. That's a tornado. See the circle? This is rotation. That's a tornado. Doppler indicating a tornado there. Still there. Still there. And then there's blues. That's a tornado. That's still right there. And then it dissipates. So what? Right there. Right by that. Zoom out. That's a lake. Home. Is there homes around the lake? No. Right there. There are homes around that lake. Ah. That's what got hit. That's what got hit. That's why there's debris. It's all these homes. Right there. There's the debris. There's all these homes right here. It went right over the lake. You can see all the homes right here. That's what it hit. That's why there's so much debris in here. That makes sense now. Because it had to be houses. Because now it's there. So what does that say? Thinking that they need to go check up on that. Thinking they need to go check up on. Yeah, right there. Right. Let's go back to this one. I don't think I can zoom that far in on this one, though. I don't think I can. Let's go back to this one. Right there. Just southeast, or southeast, there's all the black. That's a road. Southeast along the road. Right there. So what's that? So let's go back. There's Camrio right there. That's southeast. Yep. It had to hit those houses. Had to. It had to go right over all these houses right here. Southeast of Camrio, or Carnier, whatever it is. Right over southeast. That would be right there. And that's why there's a tornado signature right there. Right over that road. What road is that? Let's go back to this Doppler. Turn that one off. That would be You're gonna tell me which road it is? Probably not. Nope. It's not gonna tell me. That's not good. Because we're watching that. That is a confirmed tornado for sure. Especially on right there. Doppler indicating rotation with the tornado right there. That is right over some houses. Somebody with a pool. And there's more houses right here. So that's a tornado. Doppler indicating tornado. Then it's bright red. It crosses. Still hitting something here. There's blue. That's debris. And then does it lift? No, because it says it's there. Looks like it lifts. Has to lift because it's right there on this side. And then they issue the tornado warning. Look, it's right there. No tornado warning. And then it goes tornado warned as it hits. Because it's right there. Oh. And then it forms again. Southeast of Brookville. And now it's dissipated. So that's not good. Because that's at Canopolis State Park. I think that's what it was. Let's see. Canopolis Lake. Canopolis Lake. That's what it's called. So it hits Canopolis Lake dead on. Because we just watched it. So that's Canopolis Lake. And that's a tornado. Before the lake. I'll do it that way. Because we can still see. So it forms here. And there's houses here. There's houses here. Right? No. There's houses. Yeah, there's a house right there. That's a farm. That's all trees. There's a house here and houses here. Let's go forward. So it goes from here to here. So it hits all these homes too. And now it's here. Goes over the lake. Oh, now it's here. Okay, so it's here. There. There. Here, there's debris. There's blue. What's that? Something that's out through here. So that's the tornado. So now it's, let's go back this way, right there. Is it going to let me? No, it's not going to let me go that far. That sucks. Looks like there's another one right here. Oh. Yeah, there's that little spin up right by east Brookville. And then it's already gone. Unless it's right here. It's there. Now it's here. And it could be there. And that's it. So it is, yeah, because Doppler is saying it's right here, right by Samoan. So that could be, it could be where it's at, because it says it's right there. Let's go to this Doppler. Let's turn this one off. Let's turn that Doppler on. Let's go turn off reflectivity. Let's go to base. Yeah. There it is, right over Smallin. I wonder if we can back it up. Too far. This one's so confusing. I like my other Doppler better. That's why I got 3 Dopplers. That's why I have 3 of them. Makes it easier to tell. Let's see. What's going on in Nebraska? Oop. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings. Nothing really. Heavy rain. Some severe thunderstorms, but nothing really. Nothing really a whole lot going on in Nebraska. Nebraska's about done. Everything's moving into Iowa now. So, because there's the border. So, Nebraska's about done. But at this point, surprised that no one's called this in yet. Surprised this hasn't gone confirmed to a thin box, because that's what it would do as soon as it would be a confirmed tornado. I mean, I'm surprised. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, destructive. See, this one's already, oh, right there. Oh, nope, they just extended the tornado watch again. Now this whole area is extended in it. You just seen that purple box show up. Watch. See? Because this, if it looks like this is a confirmed tornado. If it looks like this purple box, like how it's thin line, this is confirmed tornado. So, and then they just extended this purple box to include Brookville and Salina now. But it wasn't there earlier. It's a hell of a time to put Salina under a tornado watch, right when it's about to slam into you in about, 10 minutes? Is it going to work? Come on. No. Yeah, because this purple box just showed up, and now it includes Salina. But it wasn't there earlier. All these people just turned on their spotter network, especially as this cell's coming up to them. Yeah, right as this cell's really starting to come down. I hate when that Doppler does that. That so pisses me off. Everything works fine until it doesn't. Trying to pull up the time frame. Yep, there it is, Salina. So it's just moving into Salina just now. And so that's the time that they put Salina And now they just put them under a severe thunderstorm warning. So they add them to the tornado watch, and then they issue a severe thunderstorm watch at the same time. Minutes before it hits. Literally minutes. Let's pull up. Let's look and see what's going on in Salina. Let's pull up this Doppler. There's Salina. Oh, right there. Stop. Oh, stop. Right there. There's Solomon, or Smallin. Go forward one, right there. Right there. Go forward again. That's when it crosses. That's when it crosses 135. Crosses 135 right there. Right as that guy puts on his freaking spotter network. It's right there. Then it crosses 135. And now I lost it. Let's pull up this one. Maybe this one will work now. Nope. Maybe. I don't like that. I don't like the way that looks. Is this one so far away? What Doppler? No, I'm using this. I'm using this Doppler. That one's too far. That one's close. So I'm using that one. You would think that they would put a tornado warning out for that, but they didn't. They didn't put a tornado warning. If you see rotation and you see everything, why isn't there a tornado warning? That makes absolutely no sense. You issue a severe thunderstorm warning, but why not? If you're saying the threat is 70 mile per hour winds and 80 mile per hour winds, why would you not issue a tornado warning? It's obviously rotating. We saw the rotation cross 135. This is 135. Let's go. Let's turn this Doppler back on. There we go. There it is. Right there. Crossing 135. I wonder if we can catch it in Samala. Right there. There it is. And then it comes up 135. Crosses right here. Cake.com weather. You know what? All right. Let's see if they're reporting anything. Maybe, maybe not. I would say probably not. Maybe on Facebook? Huh, Cake News. Huh, you already knew what I wanted. 50 minutes ago. Spotted tornado at Clopless Lake. See? It did hit Clopless Lake. It's right there. That's a tornado at Clopless Lake. Canopolis Lake. Alright. So we know that was true. Because we seen it hit. So now it's not going to work. It's too far. So this one. Let's go back to this one. So let's go back. Right there. Is that Canopolis Lake right there? No. That's Brookville. Canopolis Lake is back right here. So can I back this up enough to get there? Maybe. I have faith. Yep, right there. So that is right there at Canopolis Lake. There's the tornado. But it's not tornado warned. See? This is when it touches down. You can watch it right here. This is the tornado. Right there. That's the point it forms. This is a tornado symbol. So that's the time, and there's Canopolis Lake. And that's when it hits, and there's debris. Look at all the blue. That's debris. That's a tornado hitting Canopolis Lake. And there's all the housing. So that is true. That is the tornado at that point. Right there. Still hitting stuff. So why didn't this ever go confirmed? This never said a confirmed tornado. If news in media is reporting a tornado, why did they not ever update the Doppler and send out an actual tornado warning? That's what I want to know. Why? Why? Why didn't they go? Why didn't, if news is reporting of it, why? I pointed it out. I said, that's a tornado right there. And then it went tornado warned. But it never turned solid. It never turned solid to say, oh, that is confirmed tornado. Even though on Doppler you saw debris and everything as we did it and tracked it, we saw that was an active tornado. We saw all the blue in the air. I said, oh, it's hitting something. That's what pisses me off. That's what, I don't know. That's what pisses me off about this job. You see a tornado on the ground, and if I can pick out a tornado on the ground, surely somebody with a degree that works for the government should supposed to. I mean, that's why they make all that money. I think Doge needs to shut them down. That's what I think. My personal opinion. You may not feel that way, but if you're paying someone a lot of money to sit and watch a Doppler during storms, you would think that they would know what a tornado looked like. You would think. New spin up right here. There's blue. That's debris. There's reds and greens. And that's a lot of debris. So, and this one quickly dissipates. And that is just north of Salina. To Cambria. That's a tornado. That never went tornado warned either. It's right there. You can watch it because that's the center of the cell. Pops up, right? Never tornado warned. Right there. Yep, there it is. See? There it is. North of New Cambria. It's right there. And it spins up. It's right here past Salina and then goes right up in the line. Right there. Only severe thunderstorm warned. Crosses 70. Right at that point, right there. This job's stressful. This job is so stressful. When I can pick out a spin up in a tornado, but no one else can, to issue a warning. Because unless you five people on Facebook that are watching and 3 on YouTube know everybody in that whole area, and it's not even tornado warned. It's severe thunderstorm warned. See the big giant red? You can issue a severe thunderstorm warning, but you can't issue a tornado warning. Nice to know. Glad I'm never gonna depend on you guys to keep me safe. That's for damn freaking sure. And there it is. Look how nasty that cell is. That is so horrible. That is why you receive messages from me as soon as I hear about upcoming storms. Yeah? God forbid you depend on the National Weather Service and Salina to keep you fucking safe. Jesus. They're right there. It's so ridiculous. There's a National Weather Service in Salina. They didn't even issue a warning for Canopolis Lake until after it was already on top of them. It was already on the ground, messing shit up. Sorry, but that pisses me off. That so pisses me off. we can go back and see, because there it is right here. I mean, you can see this is a tornado. So there's Canopolis Lake right there. So that's not tornado warned. See that? There's no red box around it. Oh. Helps if I turn the freaking screen on. Alright. That's a tornado. Right here. There's no red box. We literally have to go right there for it to get tornado warned. So let's pull up the time on that. Okay. So Doppler indicates tornado right there. Boom. That is at 9:54 my time. See that? Right there. 9:54. Okay. Tornado warning is way down here. So let's go ahead. So this right here is Canopolis Lake. Okay? So the tornado is right here, almost to Canopolis Lake. It's right there on the ground. Tornado on the ground. Okay? 9:54. 9:55. 9:57. Almost to Canopolis Lake. Right over Canopolis Lake, 9:58. Okay? 9:58. 9:59. It is hitting the lake. Do you see a tornado warning? Do you see a red box? No. Oh, yeah, so that would be 11:59. Right. That would be 11. That would be 11 your time. 11:50. Doppler indicating rotation at 11:52. 11:54. Doppler indicating tornado. 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 Hitting the lake at midnight. Oh! Hitting houses. Right here. And you finally get a tornado warning. You are literally getting hit as your phone's going off telling you, hey, tornado warning at 12:01. When it was on the ground right there. Boom. Tornado on the ground. It was on the ground for fucking 10 minutes. It's on the ground. Now it finally goes warned. It was on the ground for 10 minutes. And then it dissipates. That is so irritating. That is so irritating. It was on the ground for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Someone could have got to their freaking storm shelter in 10 minutes. It was hitting them. It was literally over their head as the tornado warning goes off. That is so irritating, guys. So irritating. Was on the ground for 10 minutes. You mean to tell me in 10 minutes you couldn't issue a tornado warning? In 10 minutes? 10 minutes? That's so freaking annoying. So very annoying. Yeah, Oklahoma overnight. What part of Oklahoma? Because some part... Oh, new tornado warning down here. By Turon. New tornado warning. Just to the north and west of Wichita. With this cell. We'll keep our eye on that one. Let's see. What part? Northeast of OKC. So let's pull up. That's off. Let's pull up our model program. Let's go to our model. Okay. And we want HRR. All right. So start seeing storms at about let me kill me so you guys don't have to look at my ugly mug. Turn, let's see, camera off. So this is at 1 o'clock my time, which is 3 o'clock your time. Okay, 3 o'clock. So we're starting to see that line redevelop near Enid, and this is a hail producer. See how tall this cloud tops are? So this is going to be a huge hailer. So 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, we're seeing near Kingfisher and Edmond. These are El Reno. These are hail producers. So like I said, it does it by hour. So you gotta bear with me, okay? So that's nothing at 3. That's 4. By 5 o'clock, Blanchard, Cole, up Guthrie, Perkins, Stillwater. These are huge hail producers. That we're talking baseballs right here. Kearney, you might catch a little bit of this by Piedmont because that goes that way. So that's at 4. That's 5. So you might catch something there in Kearney around 5 in the morning. 6 in the morning. A little bit still right there. By 7, you're done. 8, nothing. So your biggest chances are going to be right around 5, 6. So between 5 and 6, Bailey. I would say between 5, because there's 6 o'clock, there's 5 o'clock. So I would say right in between 5 and 6 a.m. is when you really start to see those storms pop up. I'll turn my ugly mug back on. But so yeah, I would say somewhere in between the early morning, right between 5 and 6. Well, I mean, it's almost 1 a.m. You can at least go get a 4-hour power nap. I mean, just park your car inside. Just make sure your cars aren't underneath a big heavy tree or something that a tree branch isn't going to fall on it and not going to get hailed on. You're in Imperial, Missouri? Let's see. Down I-55. I know where 55 is. You're down here right by my buddy in Festus. So Imperial. Are you down past Sykeston? I don't think you are. I think you're up. I think Imperial's just right by... Let's see. So I don't get a lot of the towns. My Doppler doesn't tell me every single... But yeah, you're going to get some storms for sure. Because if we go back here, come on, don't turn me into a liar. There we go. So from St. Louis all the way down I-55 to Pocahontas is under a enhanced risk of severe weather. So down below Oak Ridge, down through Sykeston, Dyersburg, Union City, this is all where the big area of severe weather is going to be. So if you're, but this whole, that if you're in the St. Louis area, so which means you're going to see storms. So this is for today. So if I kill this, I bring up the model program that I was just showing Bailey. Come on. Don't quit working now. Come on. Dirt, come on. Today, Junior? There we go. All right. So this is at 3 p.m. tomorrow. See, it's 1 a.m. Oh, let me turn off my mug again. So this is 1 o'clock Pacific time, PDT, which is 3 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Eastern. So you can see all the giant hail producers near O'Fallon and Chesterfield, down through Ellisville, down through Wildwood, Cedar Hill Lakes, DeSoto. Man, this whole area is getting some big thunderstorms at 3 o'clock. By 4 o'clock, it's over 64 and 55 just south of Festus, Farmington, down through Centerville, Piedmont, all the way through into Arkansas. I mean, it's literally all the way down, almost stretching to Oklahoma. So this line that develops, this is what we're going to be watching for severe weather right here. This is why you are under an enhanced risk of severe weather, which means, yes, you will be under a tornado watch for sure. St. Louis Metro, all the way down Piedmont, Salem, Pocahontas, Campbell, Sykeston, Cape Girardeau, Mount Vernon, all the way into Mayfield and Paducah. So this whole area, yes, you can guarantee, I'll bet my bottom dollar you will be under a tornado watch tomorrow. And that keeps going. Let's go back to the model program. So this is 4 o'clock. 5 o'clock, it's still moving down 55 near Cape Girardeau and Farmington. Still intensifying. 5 o'clock. Well, now I got to go to the 48 hour. 5 o'clock. I mean, then everything blows up. So this is here. You can see the line. That's 5 o'clock. 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock. Look at all these severe storms. And you're still seeing them after 7 o'clock here in Festus. 8 o'clock. Over Farmington and just to the outside. 9 o'clock. Still in and around. 10 o'clock. Pretty scattered. So pretty much all tomorrow afternoon from, what did I say? 2 o'clock we'll say 2 to 3, 2 to 3 all the way till dark. Roughly. Give or take a little bit, because like I said, this is just a Doppler program. It's predicting what it, if everything was to keep moving down a line, this is just a model. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen. It's just what it sees based on the low moving at 40 miles an hour, moving like this. If it were to keep doing everything as planned, that's your timeline. Like I said, it may not be pinpointed, but it gives you a good idea. But yeah, if you're in this area south of St. Louis all the way down, you're gonna see severe weather tomorrow. If I'm wrong, sue me, but pretty sure just from the model program that it's in an agreement that it's gonna get real tomorrow. Is it gonna be kind of like another Poplar Bluff event? It's borderline. Like 2 weeks ago when Poplar Bluff got hit, is it going to be near the same intensity? Hail-wise, yeah. Tornado-wise, yeah. 50-50? Maybe 60-40? Is there going to be intense tornadoes tomorrow? Yes. Does it mean that they're going to hit and be in Missouri? This right here says there's a really good chance. Slight, like here, this is like, This is a little bit more than This is like, So, yeah, I would say if you're anywhere near St. Louis down, your risk goes up to maybe seeing a tornado. You're definitely going to see hail. I can guarantee you that. Did someone say hail? I said no. Yeah. It's going to hail tomorrow. I can promise you that. I mean, I can start this from now. See, this is why I pay for good. This is why I pay for really, really good software, because I can actually put this all the way in a 48-hour loop. Watch. It'll go from now 48 hours. Hold on. It's loading. It's thinking. Got to give it a second. Oh, it helps if I turn on the reflectivity. Start loop, 1 to 48, load. No. Okay. All right. So, this is where we are now, and then it goes ahead. 48 hours. So, where we are now, all the way through, this is 10 a.m., 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, yeah, I mean, look at all these storms. So, and even that one agrees. I mean, even Rolla is going to get hit again. Rolla just got hit. Little isolated, discrete supercells out here. Then everything hit St. Louis. There's Festus, Farmington, down Piedmont. They're still, that's 330, 343, 439, 535, 631, 730. All right, yeah. Storms are going to be pretty serious tomorrow. And like I said, this goes all the way 48 hours. Nashville gets hit at about on 4/2. That's tomorrow at 11/11, so 1 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock in the morning. 4 o'clock. So yeah, there's a lot of storms all night long. It's another nocturnal threat. Another nocturnal threat. So yeah, looks like some big hail producers and some tornado producers tomorrow. So it looks like this cell that's tornado warned, it's going to stay pretty north of you out here. This one's going to cross 135 in Newton. Go up through Peabody. Matfield Green, hit cross 35. Go up into Opal, or Olpe. Probably go up to Lebo. Maybe just to the north of Waverly. Head toward Ottawa. So should stay pretty far to the north. Probably gonna affect more of 35 than anything for this tornado warning, which expires in the next 5 minutes. So what are you going to Kentucky for tomorrow? Huh? What are you? I'm in Californian. We call it Ottawa. Say next time you gotta throw a little accent in it. Gotta put a little accent in my name. Gotta call it Ottawa. Hey, it's nice out here. I really like Kansas a lot. I'd actually move to Kansas. I'd probably be moving there alone, but yeah, I could live there. Heck, my grandma's from Chickasha, Oklahoma. Oh, you're not going to have to watch it from the car wash. You're not going to have any storms tomorrow. All your storms pass by early in the morning. You're not going to have to worry about anything tomorrow. Knowing me, I'm going to be watching from my phone going, oh, I should be live, but I'm at work. Because I already know that's what's going to happen. I know my phone's going to go off early in the morning. They say, what are you doing? Like, nothing. Oh, I need you to go back to the... If I get called back out to the coast for the second day in a row, I'm going to be pissed. But it was nice. I'll show you. I'll show you how nice the coast was. We'll turn that on. We'll come over here. Let's see. I don't even know if I can search. Hey, I can search my own self. Hot darn. Oh. Got traffic. Alright. That's what the ocean looked like after all the rain had passed by me. And there's the ocean. The waves were still crashing. But, yeah. Alright, it was another job well done. Got traffic back up and going. And back up. Done. Alright, another job well done. Got traffic. That's my brand new pickup, 2024 pickup, brand new. And that was the unit that I had to bring back to the house. That was the one I just put up. So I just put that. I brought that one from my house, set it up, and pulled the one that was there. So now everything's all nice because they're redoing all this. So. But, yeah, it was a nice day. Not really. I mean, at least I didn't get poured on, so that makes me happy. I could have gotten... Everyone else got drenched. I didn't. So, it was all the way over here on the coast. So let's see. Is there any new updates from... So we know that. We know that one. Tornado warned storm slams into Salina. Two hours ago. Huh. A lot of lightning. Oh, yeah. Speaking of lightning. I wonder how good my lightning shots were. Wonder if I can catch it. Because the very first one was right here. Come on. Oh, don't look blurry. Please don't look blurry. No blurry. No blurry. Should be right about here. Should be right about here. Come on. Should be right here. Should be right about here. I remember. It was just a couple hours ago. It was right here somewhere. It flashed right in front of me. Oh, maybe. There's the wall cloud that I was watching. Come on. It was like right here. Oh, now I'm zoomed in. That's the time it's going to flash and I'm not going to get the good shot. Yep. Knew it. It was right there, huh? Flashes right there. Right out of view. Four minutes and... Nope. No, I missed it. So, am I going to catch this one? Oh, it's right there, right in front of that light. Nope, back. Was it right here? Was I in front of that light? It was like right in here somewhere. I think I passed it. I don't think I was sitting there when it flashed. I think I was pulling up to it when it flashed. I don't remember. No. It was like right in here. So I think I was just barely pulled over and it flashed. I don't remember. I was there, but now I don't remember. No, I don't remember. So it has to be right in here. So it has to be before I took off, because I definitely remember that much. I was sitting here, it flashed, and then I took off to see if I could get another one. But that one looks pretty dark. It might be a good lightning strike. Oh no, I was pulling up. I remember it was like right in through here. I was pulling up right by the trees and it triple arched. That's right. I remember now. Kinda. Ish. I was coming down the road and it went all across the sky, all the way over here, everywhere. Like it lit up the whole sky right on this side. Was that it? Is that what it caught? That looks like shit. Oh, right there. Shit, I should have wrote what time that was. Alright. 11 minutes. 11, 2, 3, 4, 11, 5. Right there, 11, 5. 11. Ah, missed it. $11.6. Right there. Yeah, that was a good strike. Man, I did a good job. Whoo! Yeah, caught it. There we go. That's the and actually I go through here. Come on. And download video. Then I can make a little clip. But yeah. That's a good shot. It's not a bad shot right there. That's probably one of my best lightning shots ever. That was probably the best lightning shot I have ever. Right there. Alright, back to the weather. Enough about that. That was probably my best one I did tonight. I actually feel kind of happy. That actually makes me feel better. Thank you. Appreciate it. Val Kilmer passed away? No. Yeah, he passed away on the second Maverick. Maverick 2. He passed away in Maverick 2. Don't tell me he passed away. I think every time it's some celebrity always passes away, it's always fake. Like a hoax. Have you actually checked into it, Mandy? Is there at least someone that verifies? Because every time someone popular passes away, it's always a hoax. So I'm in reserve until Doc Holiday. Doc Holiday. I'm gonna eat my cookie now. I got this on the way home and I still hadn't I had one. Oh, his daughter? Ah. I wonder where the main tornado threat's going to be. Oh, they updated that. So let's go day 1 now. Ah. Oh, they updated it. Now it's not as big as it was. Oh. That's a high risk. That's a high risk. That is a high risk for tomorrow. Jonesboro, Memphis, Jackson, Mayfield, Poplar Bluff. That's a high risk tomorrow. Wow. I can't believe it. They made it a high risk. Again? Didn't we just have a high risk? Wasn't Poplar Bluff a high risk day 2 weeks ago? I think it was. I want to say it was. Wasn't it? Man. Let's look. I can't believe they made it a high risk. A major severe weather outbreak is forecasted for today and tomorrow. Wow. A tornado outbreak is expected today and tonight from parts of the Midwest, Mississippi, and lower Ohio valleys eastward. Numerous tornadoes, along with multiple long-track EF3 tornadoes, appear likely. In addition, tornadoes, severe wind gusts, and large hail possible. Wow. From North Texas, northeastward in through the Great Lakes. High risk. Wow. And we're going to take that while we're here. We're going to do that. We're going to take this. We're going to go out of that because that's downloading. And we're going to do that. And we're going to come down here. Yeah, of course it's going to be an overnight threat. It's always an overnight threat. I always hate how that fucks up my shit. I think they're watching my live feed because I was already just going through that earlier. Okay, I'm sure it's not because of me. Now I'm 100% sure I'm going to be working tomorrow. Alright, and then we're going to back out of here. We're going to come through here. We're going to come here. Oh, we're going to take that picture. Save the desktop. We're going to go in a little bit more. Go out. Come back here. Click on that. Let's see. High risk. High risk 2. Open. Next. Post. Alright. And if it changes somewhat in the morning, I'll make a new post. But, and we're gonna pin this to the top. Alright. Alright. Sorry. I had a... Why the hell is that still right there in front of the camera? What is in front of my camera? Oh, I know what that is. That. There we go. Man, I can't believe tomorrow's a high risk. Oh, I need to turn that off. There we go. Well, I think I'm going to take a quick break real quick. Go outside and catch some air real quick. But I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Alright, I'm back. Quick break. So, yeah. If you guys have any questions, feel free to type into the chat here. Doesn't matter if you're on YouTube or Facebook. I'm able to see either of them. So, absolutely doesn't matter if you're on YouTube or Facebook. If you guys have any questions about the weather tomorrow, as right before I went on break, they did upgrade it to a high risk. So I did post that to National Storm Center. So you can see that on the top of the post. Actually, I do need to share that out everywhere. Sure does help get some views every once in a while. So, trying to keep growing and growing. Kind of at a spot where I've been stuck at the same area. If I look, I think I'm 24 and 29. I think pretty much in the same area. I think I've gotten maybe 100. Oh, it was 100 yesterday, so I've gotten 76 new people so far. So if you haven't followed yet, please make sure you do. Like I said, I've been kind of stuck in the same area, right at 29,000. So, you know, I do this for you guys. I don't make any money doing weather forecasting and stuff like that. I do this for you guys, so. But it is a high risk for tomorrow, which I do need to share out. Tell your friends about me. Could always use more people. More people is never a bad thing. So I know you do, Mandy. I know, I see your stuff. You forgot, we're friends on Facebook, so I can see everything that you post. Everything. I see it all. And eventually, I see everything that you post, which isn't a bad thing. I'm just giving you a hard time. Have to give you a hard time, because if not, there's no one else in here to. No. Whoops. Man, is that what it sounds like? That sounds like crap. Okay, maybe not. Whoops. I guess audio's good. I hear that hissing in the background. I don't like that. I guess audio's good. Wonder why that hissing sounds in the back. I hear that hissing in the background. I don't like that. I don't like that hissing sound. Wonder how I can fix that hissing sound. Is that what you guys hear? How come you got... Don't tell me there's a hissing sound in the background. Jeez. We'll see if that takes it away now. Maybe there. Maybe that will make the hissing sound go away. That sounds annoying. Let's see. Let's see if that hissing sound went away. I do this for you guys. Maybe it'll skip ahead. Come on. I want to see if that hissing sound goes away. Come on. You don't hear that hissing sound? I hear it. Maybe it's just a speaker. I don't know. Maybe it's just my phone. But let's see. Why is the debris that blue in color? Oh, that is because the Doppler, as it scans and it sends out its signal and waits for... So the way the Doppler works is that it sends out a signal, it bounces off whatever it sees and comes back, and it does it quick. I mean, it's as quick as it sends out, it's coming back. And if it hits something that it doesn't recognize, that's what the colors resemble. The colors resemble what it sees. Could be like Dopplers can't see, they can't detect insulation. They can't detect leaves. They can't detect, well, I mean, they can detect them, but it's a foreign object. Like hail it can see hail and it can see and everything, so it can detect that. But debris, it can't say what it is. So if we go back through here, let's go screen capture, and let's pull up the Doppler. Actually, let's see if we can pull up this one. This one might be better. So if we go to something, come on, zoom in. Let's see. So the Doppler sees something here. See, it's blue. Doesn't mean that it's debris. It just sees something and it can't detect what it is. Even though there's rotation here, it sees something in the atmosphere, but it can't detect what it is. So we back it up. Let's see. We'll put it in time. So it can see something here, but it doesn't know what it is. That's why it's blue. If we go to like the velocity, so you can see rotation here, right? Reds and greens, that's winds toward the Doppler, right there. See that? That could have been an isolated tornado right there. So if we go back and try to look at that, so right there, see it? Right there. So if we look here, there's some rotation here that just went through Hillsboro. But let's go back. Let's go back to this one. So if we go back to the tornado, now it's not going to let me do it. Okay. So now it's going to do Salina. It's not. It went. Damn. I was hoping it wouldn't go that far back. I wanted to show this. So here we see rotation. If we go but now it's too far back. Now it's not going to do it because I went too far. But yeah, it's basically just saying, hey, I see something here. It's a foreign object. We'll say foreign object. So Dopplers are strong enough, it can detect foreign objects. It knows wood. It doesn't know wood. It's a foreign object. Insulation, foreign object. Shingles, foreign object. Leaves, foreign object. So how does it differentiate between a house wall and debris? It's all the same. It can't differ. That's why we have debris balls. And it would just be a clear ball right around the tornado. We can't. That's we can't tell what it is. We just know it's debris. So it doesn't matter if it's the leaves, wood, insulation, shingles, cars. It's all foreign material. So it would all show up blue. It wouldn't matter what it is because it's a foreign object. So that's why when we look for debris balls, it's anything foreign. It can detect rain. It can detect hail. It can detect winds. But anything that it can't detect usually is blue. That's why we say, oh, debris ball. And look at that big debris ball. I mean, when I was live, we were able to see the big debris ball. I don't know if you were watching at the time. Might be. But when we were actually watching that tornado hit the lake area, we saw the big debris ball. Instant. Like, whoa, that's a tornado. Instantly. So, Doppler cannot detect. It can detect it, but it can't tell us it's a leaf. It's insulation. It's a person. It's all blue. Well, nothing is stationary in the sky. Dopplers shoot up, not out. So they don't shoot out, they shoot up. They shoot in an angle. That's why when we look at this Doppler here, so if I go to let's go to, well, this is interesting. Let's look at this. So you can see that Doppler indicating some rotation here right by Lincolnville. So let's go to a closer, okay. So I'm using this Doppler. You see how big that ring is? It can only detect so far away. It cannot see if anything. Oh, stupid Justin. All right. Using this Doppler, that's a pretty far distance away before it starts detecting anything. You know what I mean? That's a pretty good circle all the way around. So that's the site of the Doppler right there. And at the airport, but it can only detect after the airport. And then over here, so it shoots up. It shoots up and out. So, and it sends a signal in every direction. And it detects the winds. It's able to detect the winds are blowing this way, and then the winds are blowing that way. Well, they're blowing this way, which winds toward the Doppler, winds away from the Doppler. Reds toward the Doppler, or winds toward the Doppler are red. Winds away are green. So when it looks for rotation, it scans, and when it sees winds going this way, they turn green. If they go this way, then they'll turn red. So as it's scanning and it's watching, see, now we got 1, 2, we got 3 different tornado vortex signatures. That's a TVS. A TVS is a tornado vortex signature. So it's detecting. So let's go. Let's go to this Doppler, and let's scan out. We can see reds and greens all along that same area. So Doppler detects that could be a possible tornado. So if we go, oh look, more. So as it's sitting here detecting, it sees winds coming toward it and winds going away from it. So it detects the rotation. Now, if we switch to, let's say, radar scope, let's stop that. Let's go to, so we're already using, so we can see winds and we can see the rotation coming. Now, if we go to velocity, you can see it detects something here. Doesn't mean it's a tornado. It just sees there's something in the air that it can't tell what it is. That's why it's blue. And way out here, this is like ground clutter. Don't think anything about this. This isn't a big, massive debris ball. No, it can't detect like an airplane. It wouldn't. I mean, I guess longitude with time. I don't know. I don't know if it could or not, honestly. So, like here, it detects rotation. Here, it detects rotation. That's why it's spinning. That's why this is spinning. Rotation. So, this is rotation way out here. Doppler can indicate it, but then that's why I have numerous tools so I can kind of compare between to see what's what. Like, straight line wind, pea-size hail, notice we still don't have a report yet from there's Salina. But you notice there's no somebody would, even though there's a tornado taken from right here, there's nothing saying that there's debris. There's no damage, because anytime that there's damage, it would come up as a symbol and tell me train spotter reported tornado or something. So So here, look at this. What symbol is that? If you guys paid attention from earlier, she said you're reading YouTube comments. I've asked a question on Facebook if you can see these. Yeah, Amber. I was low-key confused as to who he was talking to. Oh. Yeah, I can see both YouTube, Amber, and Amber. I can see both of yours on. You're right there. See? Amber and Amber. So, I can see your comments. So. Whoops. Let me put that back. I'm paying attention. Trying to. So, let's see. So this symbol here usually is when it detects a tornado. It will pinpoint it. Normally. But I don't. Let's go back to the other Doppler. So let's see. Wind gust. Oh, Harrisburg. Harrisburg. Was there a tornado in Harrisburg? Was there a tornado in Harrisburg? Anyway, so back to your question. So, like, if I turn this off and I pull up the Doppler, I can see this is a Doppler site here. I'll click on it so I can load anything around this Doppler. And if I kill that and I look, it shows me that it's detecting. Doesn't mean that it's a tornado. It just tells me it detects rotation right here by Peabody. And whether it was in the purple on the graph or not. The one I saw, I mean, everywhere that I've seen it like this, you know, that, and obviously I saw enough to detect that, yeah, it probably was a tornado. I mean, Doppler indicates rotation. If you see the reds and the blues and green, or reds and greens with some blues or purples, or I think some of them were black, normally that would indicate that it is a tornado and it's on the ground. That's kind of what we look for with the different colors. Like this is purple. Doesn't mean that that's a tornado. Oh, on my new post. Yeah. Tomorrow, yes. Yes. Yes, I did post that. Yeah. Tomorrow is a high risk. Yes. This post right here. Major severe weather outbreak. Yes. EF3 plus tornadoes. So, yes. Yes. Purple. Oh, purple. Yes. So this is your highest. So, okay. Let me go back. Now I know what you're talking about. Sorry. It's midnight. It's past my bedtime. Yes. So if we go, let me turn that off. Turn that off. Let's go to day 1. So, low chance, 50-50, 60-40, 70-30. We'll call this 90-10. Okay? This is where all the severe weather is going to be, well, from here on. But this is like, yeah, this is pretty much like, yes, it's going to happen. So it doesn't matter if you're in Cape Guardo, down from Poplar Bluff, near Pocahontas, Jonesboro, Harrisburg. Yeah, oh, Harrisburg. Yeah. Forest City, Memphis, Osceola, Humboldt, Greenfield, Jackson, Tennessee, Union City, Murray, Benton, Paducah, Kentucky, Mayfield, Kentucky. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people in southern Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Missouri, Arkansas. Yeah, a lot of you guys are going to be under the gun. So as we look, and I can tell you that because I can pretty much pull there we go. So we're going to stop that. Oh, too far. So you want to know about Harrisburg. There's Harrisburg. So this is 3 o'clock, 3:15 to be exact. Did I zoom in too far? There's Jonesboro. There's Wynn. So Wynn, Arkansas. I caught a big tornado in Wynn a couple years ago. So you can see this is hail core. This is a nasty hail core. This is probably close to baseball size hail. Same for Truman in Harrisburg. So that is, let me turn my ugly mug off. Hold on one sec. So here, this is 4 o'clock my time in California. Oops, sorry. Let me do it this way. This is 4 o'clock in California. So that's going to be 6 o'clock for you. 6:03. Okay? So you can see this nasty hail core here that goes right through. But you can see it's out here. And then, so this is 12. So this is 2:10 roughly. Oh, sorry. Model time is 3:07. 3:07, that's 5:07 for you. Okay? That's 6:03. So in between sometime it's over here and then comes, it will probably come right through Harrisburg right about, well, let's say 5:45-ish, okay? Harrisburg, Illinois. I don't know. Did I say Illinois? Oh, right here. I gotcha. Okay. So for you, so again, okay, so now you're 3 hours ahead. Illinois is 3 hours ahead. So this is 4 o'clock, my time, model time, 4 o'clock. That's going to be 7:03. Now you can see this big line here going all the way from Mount Vernon all the way down to Pocahontas, Missouri. Or, sorry. Yeah, Missouri. So there's this big line. Harrisburg's right here. So that's at 7. By 8, it's all the way over here. So, yes, it will move through at some point. Okay? No, you're a 4. Harrisburg's up here. This is the 5. I mean, could you be a 5? Yeah, you could be a 5. You're pretty close to it. But technically, you're a 4. You're in the red. You're in the red up here. But you're so close to it, you could almost be a 5. Yes. So that's at 8 o'clock. So right now, you're just getting some showers. 8. By 9 o'clock, you can see all these are down here by Eddyville. They could be over here. Now, this is just an idea. This doesn't mean this is where all the storms are going to be. This is just what the model program sees. So this is 9 o'clock. That's 10 o'clock. That is actually, yeah, that's 10 o'clock. That's 11. That's almost midnight. You can see there's still storms, and I mean, look at everyone else. I mean, you know, and then by almost 1 in the morning, you're done. So you're gonna have a little bit of a nighttime. Yeah, well, no, this down here is 90-10. This is like, this is 90-10. Up here, what I say the red was? 80-20? No. 60-40? 70-30? 70-30. We'll go with 70-30. But you're close between the 70-30 and the 90-10. So, if this is 100%, you're, well, I mean, there's 5 categories. So, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5. So you're a 4 out of 5. But you're so close to the 5 out of 5. Now, does that mean it doesn't mean that it's gonna happen? I mean, that's just what the Doppler program sees, you know? So, and this is so far out, you know? I mean, it's still, this program right here on this, it's still pretty far out. It's less than 24 hours, but we're still at a point where there's enough things that can happen between now and tomorrow. Now, come tomorrow, we could expect the Doppler, or not the Doppler, the computer program that runs these models says, okay, if there's this much shear, if there's this much mid-level twist, if there's this much humidity, and there's this low pressure, and it just happens to come like this, you know, all everything has to come together to get this here. To get this, or let me put it back like this. To get all of this, everything has to come exactly. If the humidity isn't up as much as it wants and it didn't get as hot during the day, like it's saying temperatures are going to be near 80 degrees in some areas. If it's not 80 degrees, what does that affect the risk? Yes, it does. A lot of the environment's going to be capped tomorrow because it's going to be so warm. Now, in weather, we do a thing where we look at lapse rates, okay? And when we look at the lapse rates, we go, okay, if maybe let me explain it better like this. Let me look up the LCL. That will help explain it a little bit better. So, because when we look at temperature, temperature has to match the dew point. When the temperature matches the dew point, that's where the cloud begins. And then everywhere that it's different, that's unstableness. That tells us that the air in this area is unstable. Now, when it matches again, that's the height of the cloud, okay? So it matches, it's unstable, and it matches. That's called an LCL. That's where we look at based on when they do the weather balloons, they're able to say, okay, the air changes 20 degrees every 5,000 feet. Okay, we know that. So we take those measurements, we take the humidity, we take the air temperature, we take how much dew points and everything are going to be in the air to contribute, and we can base that on where the storms are going to be. So there's a lot that goes into this. This is pretty much the computer saying, okay, it's going to be 80 degrees here tomorrow. It might be 88 degrees down here. It could be 74, 78 up here in the reds. It could be lower here. But, you know, that's why it doesn't detect that it's going to be as severe, because maybe those conditions don't exist that far to the west. And then by the time they develop and make it through, maybe there's not enough conditions to support them to the east. That's why they say, okay, this is your high risk, this is your moderate risk, this is your enhanced risk, okay? So everything has to be just perfect for this forecast here to happen, okay? This is like, they save the high risk days for the absolute fucking worst, okay? They just don't issue them just to issue them. It doesn't happen that way. When the conditions and everything matches, that is when they say, okay, based on Easter Sunday 2020, we had a huge outbreak. We noticed that we had this much humidity coming in off the Gulf. We noticed we had this much air coming up. We had warm temperatures here. We had cold temperatures on this side. Okay? We can see where the triple joint is and where the dry line is. We expect that there's going to be big storms along this dry line because there's going to be cold air on this side and there's going to be hot air on this side. And hot air wants to rise. Okay? Hot air is lighter than cold air. Cold air is heavy It has moisture, it has water, it's heavy, it falls, hot air rises. Now, when you have a capped environment, that is like a soda lid. This right here, that's a soda lid. You can shake this all you want, and it builds pressure, right? We can hear it. Because I just shook this, it's fizzing. But if now I can push it. So, that's what it's doing in the atmosphere. Exactly. It's shaking it up. It's bubbling. It's oozing. But it can't break through that layer until... It can't burst through until they match. And when they match, it creates that unstableness. And when it becomes unstable, it blows up. And when it blows up, that's where you get your big updrafts. That's where you get your downdrafts. That's we can see that the winds are shifting 80 miles an hour at 40,000 feet. We can see that they're at 100 miles an hour at this elevation. We can see that they're at 60 knots at 10,000 feet. You know, winds get stronger with height because there's less resistance. Down here on the Earth's surface, we have trees, we have houses, we have cars, we have vegetation. All of that creates friction, which slows down the wind. You go up 100 feet, it's probably 20, 30 miles an hour. You go up 1,000 feet, it's maybe 50 miles an hour. You go up 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 10,000 feet, it gets stronger because there's less resistance up there. So, anytime all that all plays into this. Okay? I don't think that it's gonna go around though. I see a squall line. Doppler, or the model program. The model sees a squall line. See, it goes from Louisiana all the way up to Canada. It's a big giant line. This is a squall line. But that's good. Squall lines are good. Okay? Squall lines are good because normally the tornadoes that they produce are, and their intensity is low, okay, and they don't last as long. Can you get a long track tornado from a squall line? Yeah. Are they rare? Yeah. Is a long track supercell rare? No. Do we see them a lot? Yes. If a squall line, if we get supercells developing ahead of the line, that's different. In this type of dynamic that we see here, this is good news. Because this means that it's a squall line. Will we still get bow segments throughout that squall line? Probably. Is there a good chance of it? Yes. Yes. It's just like what we were just seeing in Kansas. That tornado formed right over the lake, and it was gone. And then another one formed, and it was gone. Because it's a squall line. They're short-lived, and they're normally a low intensity. Can they be strong? Yeah, they can be strong. Are they more likely than not gonna be strong? It depends on the winds. The stronger the winds, the more shear, the more everything, yes, you do normally get a stronger tornado. Because that wind has to come from somewhere. The faster it turns, the stronger the tornado. But do we see long track tornadoes from a squall line? Not typically. Not typically at all. It's usually when we let's back this up. Let's see if I can, let's back this up here. Like this. These are supercells. This is supercell development. This is the squall line. These are cells developing ahead of the squall line. Okay? These here are ahead of the squall line. So let's back it up. These are ahead of the squall line. All this is ahead of the squall line. This is all ahead because this is the squall line here. This here's the squall line. These are supercells developing ahead. So would these produce a strong tornado? Yes. They have a good chance of it. Would they stay long track? Because, yeah, because they're supercell. Supercells produce strong tornadoes, long-lived. Yes. Squall lines? So much. These right here are supercells. This right here is a supercell. And then, see this here, supercell. These could be supercells. This definitely is a supercell. You can tell because it has a big freaking bullseye on it. Right there. You can tell that's a supercell. And it's right here in this enhanced risk. Right outside of the moderate risk. Are we seeing any supercells really developing here in this high risk area? Let's look. I'll zoom out a little bit. Let's look for supercells. Do we see any? Let's go. I'll go easy. Do we see supercells? I see maybe this here could be a supercell. Maybe. But then it joins the squall line. See? See all these? So, near Effingham, this is all squall line. For sure, squall line. Champaign, squall line. Up here through South Bend and outside of Chicago, that's a squall line. These here could be considered supercell. These could be, this is definitely a discrete supercell in Salem. That's so far ahead. These ones here, discrete. Anything, this could be it's kind of borderline. All this is squall line for sure. I mean, little cells here. I mean, and then it blows up. See? So, I mean, would you consider every one of these a supercell? I wouldn't. I would consider this like getting ready to squall line like this. So, I guess if you consider every one of these as a supercell producing a tornado, it could happen. Does it mean that they're all going to? No, it doesn't mean that they're all going to. Are conditions favorable for them to? Yes, they are. But usually on a squall line, we look at that leading edge, okay? So in this squall line here, I don't know if I can pull up the winds. Actually, let's pull up temperature. Maybe that will help. Okay, so right now, let's see. Let's look at temperatures. Maybe. Okay. Actually, let me turn off that. And let's just look at the model and let's just look at temperature. So this is, let me turn off my mug again. So this is at 1 a.m. So that's 4 a.m. out here. At 4 a.m. it's pretty warm. I mean, it's 50s and 60s near Cape Guardo. It's in the 50s up here near Effingham. So we're in the low to mid 50s. Okay. Okay. Low to mid 50s. Okay. At 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 50 degrees, 52 in Charleston, St. Louis, Champaign, still right on that dry line. So we can see where the cold front is. The cold front's right here. Okay? We can see right where all that cold air is and where the warm air is. That is our boundary layer. Cold air trying to fall, warm air trying to rise. Warm air, cold air. That shows us right where that boundary is at 11 o'clock, noon, 1, 2, 2 o'clock, 50 degrees. That can't be right. That can't be right. That must be pulling right now. Yeah. That's what it's doing. It's pulling the temperatures from right now. Because these are like 80s. I can tell by the color. Look right here. 80 degrees. 75, 80. Okay. 75, 80. 85 plus. Almost 90 degrees here. So, let's look at, there's Charleston, there's Springfield, there's Champaign. Let's see, do I need to go, there's Mount Vernon, so you're right by there's Harrisburg. Harrisburg, you are 80 degrees. 80, almost 85. We'll say 80, Harrisburg. We'll say 80 degrees, okay? And as this front comes through, so now that's at 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock, maybe. Three o'clock. Harrisburg. I'd say that's probably closer to 85. Okay? So that's 85 at 3 o'clock. So we know that the heat is here. That's fuel. We know there's a lot of fuel here. Notice it's cooling off to the west. It's only in the 60s, low 70s. Same, starting to come this way. Now, here's the 70s right here. 65, near 70 degrees. So that tells me that storms are coming this way. That's 6 o'clock. 5 o'clock here, but 6 o'clock here. So if we look, this is 8 o'clock. We'll say that is probably closer to 65, 70 degrees. So it cools off 15 degrees in 3 hours. That tells me that this is probably going to be storms. That tells me this is going to be storms. If it cools off 15 degrees in 3 hours, that means you're probably going to get hit by storms. Now you're in the 60s at 9 o'clock. Still 60s at 10. Still 60s at 11. Still 60s at midnight. Still 60s at 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you're starting to get colder. We'll say these are 50s. Still 50s, 40s. So now you're starting to get into the... That's when that low cool air starts coming in. And that's already back at 10 a.m. the next day. So... And you can see where all that cold air is. Back 10 a.m. on... Oh, is that 10 a.m. right now? So, I mean, you can really see where all that cold air is going to be come Thursday. Because it's Wednesday right now. So come Thursday, tomorrow morning, you can see where all that cold air is. You can see where all that cold air is and where that warm air is. All that, it's all coming off the Gulf. We can look. I can tell you for sure. Because, let me kill the model program. Let's go up. Let's go to, and then while we're here, let's look where the winds are. Let's look at the centers. Let's see where the fronts are. Come on. There you go. High pressure. This right here. Now, which way does air move around a high pressure? Clockwise. Clockwise. All that air around this high pressure is coming up, off the Gulf, up, and oh, that's why we have tornado watches all in place here. We have a cold air here, 40s and 50s, and 70s on this side. There's your dry line, okay? Where these two air masses mix, we got storms. We got big storms. Right where these air masses are really come together. 40s on this side, 30s and 40s, 60s and 70s. This is nothing but fuel. This is nothing but fuel to keep these storms going. There's a lot of fuel. That is why we don't need daytime heating. You add daytime heating and it gets worse. Because temperatures are higher. Cold air, hot air. Then you have the sun, making the atmosphere more unstable. That is what is going to cook for tomorrow. We have really cold air behind it, 30s and 40s. And then we got all these winds coming off the Gulf of America. We got all this nice warm 70s and 80s. All that feeding up. And that's just going to make everything so unstable for tomorrow. It's going to make it very unstable for tomorrow. Because the warm air is already in place. The cold air is coming in. So that is why we have that. And that is why shit's going to be unreal tomorrow. Because we have all this nice, we have this high pressure right off the East Coast. And all that high pressure is just fueling warm air. Because hot air moves clockwise. Right? Yeah, clockwise. That's not really clockwise on the camera. I guess I have to go like that. But then, yeah, it's just, so let's look at the winds. Can we see the winds coming around this? Sure, of course we can. So let's kill that so we can see. Let's kill this so we can see. So now we can see all the isobars. All these isobars. It's all these winds coming this way. These are stronger. Now, the closer the isobars are together, the stronger the wind. Okay? So we have strong southerly winds right here coming up out of the Gulf. These strong isobars are so close together, that means the winds are stronger. Okay? And we can see which direction they're going to be coming from. Now we have the low pressure. Air moves counterclockwise around low pressure. We have high pressure here. Air's moving this way. This air's moving this way. This air's moving this way. So we can see all these arrows are telling us different heights in what those winds are going to be at facing those directions. So we can tell by the purples that these are going to be very gusty winds coming right up off the Gulf. And you can see that they change at different heights. So now they're blues. Now they're back purples. So, okay. So where's all the severe weather going to be? Right here. Look at these purples. Look at the dark blues. That tells us how strong these winds are going to be. That's what's creating all the unstableness. And that's what's going to make for strong tornadoes. Winds. Strong winds, strong tornadoes. When you get a 100 mile an hour, well, 120 mile an hour low level jet, when you guys live out here, you always hear about this low level jet. And when that low level jet is over you, it's windy. Because that low level jet is flowing right over the top of you. When you get a mid-level jet, that's right about, we'll say 20, 30,000 feet in the air. That's a mid-level. Now, winds at the very top where the jet stream is near the top of the troposphere. That's 50, 60,000 feet at the very top. All of our weather on Earth happens in the troposphere. Anyone says, oh, it happens in this. No, it doesn't. It happens in the troposphere. So, when you get strong winds in the troposphere, and you get strong low-level winds, and you get shear in between, you get this. You get high risk for severe weather. And that's pretty much going to tell you everything that you need to know for tomorrow. Northwest Arkansas? Yeah, Northwest Arkansas. Right now, I mean, for technically Northwest Arkansas, right now, you're looking at a slight risk. If you're near a mountain home, you're an enhanced risk. So your weather's about to start, not too much longer actually. So let's go to let's load back up to the let's load back the model. It's going to load here. Let me turn off some of this crap. We don't need fronts, we don't need that, we don't need that, we don't need that. Let's go back to the model. So we're going to see storms pop up. This is 4 o'clock in the morning. These are supercells. These are a strong line. These are hail producers. At 4, this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're starting to see these start to come in to Rogers, Bella Vista, Centerton. By 10 in the morning, They're right over Fayetteville. They're right over Bella Vista. They're right over Rogers. They're right over Centerton. So that's at 10 in the morning and 8 hours. So 10 hours. West Fork, Strong. These are hail producers. Okay. Storms right along I-40. Storms right along 49. By noon, they're more widespread. From Branson, Missouri, all the way down through Harrison, all the way just to the east of Fayetteville, near Winslow, Fort Smith, Boonville, near Waldron, crossing I-40. By 1 in the afternoon, we're seeing still widespread, just coming into Mountain Home, still in Harrison, coming on Marshall, near Russellville, over Ozark. And these are hail producers. See, these high cloud tops are saying these are going to be probably storms that can produce a tornado, but they're really going to be hail producers, big hail. Same as we go into 3 o'clock. Still seeing the line developing here. So it's supercell right here, right ahead of the front. Still seeing it through Salem, Marshall, Russellville, and this is 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. So you're done. I mean, depending on where you are, this is 7 o'clock at night, and you can see everything is. And look at these these are all hail producers. Look how tall these cloud tops are going to be. These are going to be producing baseball, if not bigger size hail. All these whites and blues, these are going to be major hailers for a lot of people tomorrow, especially across Arkansas. Win Arkansas. You know, you're in on this. Dyersburg. I mean, is why these storms right here are in the high risk. Jonesboro, you're in a high risk of severe weather for tomorrow. You have a good chance of seeing a tornado back in Jonesboro. I was in Jonesboro for the last one. You have a good chance of seeing another one at, well, let's get an idea. I mean, that's at 7 o'clock. So, the big storms move into Jonesboro right here. This is 6 o'clock. Oh, actually, let me turn my mug off. Oops. Don't want that one. Right here. This is 5 o'clock. Jonesboro. Big cells right over Jonesboro. 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock. So you can still see there's still more. So, but when Earl, all the way up through Blytheville, all the way up through Caruthersville, all the way up, just knocking on the door of Mayfield, Hickman, and Harrisburg getting some big storms. So we were just talking about that, remember? And this is at 8 o'clock up here in Illinois. So that's where I said, you're probably going to see some big storms. You have a good chance of it. You have a really good chance of it that you could see some big storms tomorrow because the dynamics. Oh, I want to turn that off. Yep. I don't want that one. So the conditions are going to be very favorable for storms tomorrow, as you can tell. I mean, this is all the way up through Bloomington and up through Indianapolis, all the way up into the southern part of Michigan, all the way down to Texas. Michigan, we'll go this way. Michigan, all the way down to Texas. Just all the way down. Straight line. That's a squall line going thousands of miles. And it's going to move over all the areas tomorrow. Okay? So, tomorrow is definitely a day that you want to be weather safe. A lot of these areas here won't have school tomorrow. Even though this is 7 o'clock at night, if you're here in Missouri and you're in Arkansas, more than likely they might cancel school because they're calling for widespread big hail, everything. Probably going to hear a lot of schools getting canceled, maybe early day, but yeah. So the question is, for you guys watching on Facebook, the question is coming in from YouTube. Do you think this could be another large-scale outbreak? Does it have the perfect instability for it? And how are the CAPE values looking for this? Well, this is the Doppler. This is the model program. You want to know what the CAPE values look like? If you really want to know, they're not good. I'm telling you right now, they're not good at all. So let me turn it this way so you can see. Okay, this is my model program. I'm going to turn this from here. I'm going to go down to surface CAPE. This is CAPE at the surface where we are. Okay, so we're going to look at the surface CAPE. I'm going to turn that off so we can see. We're going to go back to the model. And so we can see there's a lot of energy here across. So this is 4,000 tonight over Oklahoma. Okay. There's a lot of energy here for storms. So let's go as we go tomorrow. So that's noon. So we got CAPE values in excess. There's 2,000 CAPE at noon. By 5 o'clock, Jonesboro, you're up 3,500. The Whites, 2,500. 3,000. Almost 4,000. So, yeah, CAPE values are going to be up there. And that's at 5 o'clock. 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock. Memphis. So, all of this area that we're just looking at for convective outlook, this is the high risk up here. I mean, look at these CAPE values. That's surface. That's at the surface. That's not up in the air. That's just at the surface. So let's go up. Let's go up more. Let's look at the mu. We'll look at the mu CAPE. Okay. So let's go back. Look at these CAPE. Look at these ones. These are up over 3,000, 3,500. This is up over 2,500. So as we go up more in the atmosphere, the CAPE values go way up. And that again, that's why we have this high risk in place. We have a lot of energy coming up off the Gulf of Mexico. Or sorry, Gulf of America. We have a lot of warm air coming ahead. We got this cold air coming on backside. So yeah, I mean, that's why everything's going to blow up tomorrow. It's because of the Cape. How much energy is there? A lot. There's a lot of energy out here. Where are you at, Vic? Well, let me turn that back off. Turn that off. Where are you at, Vic? And I can tell you. Got the technology. But yeah. See all these winds going around this high pressure? That's right here. Right off the coast. All this is just going to fuel all this warm air right off the Gulf, right up into this low pressure. And that's why all of this is just going to pump right up in. So all this warm air, it's going, there's nothing to stop it. There's no mountains in between the Gulf and Kentucky. There's no mountains in the way to break up 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 feet. It's not like we have the Cascades in California. It's not like we have the Rockies. There's nothing to really disturb the air. That's why Tornado Alley exists. Because it's flat. There's no mountains from the Gulf all the way up into Canada. That's why Canada even gets humidity from the Gulf that far away. So the question from Facebook is from Vic. It says, what about right now? I just woke up and the wind has picked up. Sky looks scary. Anything to worry about? Well, depends on where you are. Right. I mean, if you're in Missouri, yeah, a little bit to worry about. A little bit. It just depends on where you are. I mean, especially if you're near Springfield, you know, there's a lot of winds everywhere. I mean, you can see how strong these winds are. I mean, especially in Texas, winds are pretty strong. Oklahoma, you know, winds are strong and they're interacting. We're already starting to get that squall line that we've been talking about. I mean, they just reissued the tornado watch for Oklahoma. Okay? There was one earlier, but they just reissued it because of that squall line that's developing, that's going to push and go right through Henrietta and everywhere that we were talking about with some of the people that were watching earlier. So, you know, this line is squalling out. See the line that goes all the way? Let me zoom out a little bit. All the way from Des Moines, all the way down past OKC, almost to Texas. That's a big squall line. And it's all moving down, and that warm air that we're seeing right here is flowing right up into it. And it's not a good thing at all. It's not. It's not a good thing. Come this time tomorrow, we will still be talking about storms. Just more east. So, you guys have any questions? Doesn't matter if it's YouTube or Facebook. I'm here for you. I'll answer any of your guys' question. But yeah, today is going to be a bad day for severe weather. Very bad. It's not going to be good at all. We have 3 active tornado watches right now. Missouri, Kansas, and Oklahoma. Question is from YouTube. How conditional would you say this storm is currently to this morning? Well, there's a lot of energy for this morning. You can see right here we got 75 in Tulsa, 75 right outside of OKC near Kingfisher. And right behind it, we got 50s and 40s. So there's a lot of energy for these storms to really get going. Tomorrow it's going to be even worse. We're talking temps in the 80s, low to mid 80s, depending on where you are. And, you know, plus the environment's going to be a cap. There's going to be a strong cap until it is able to burst. And when it bursts, that's when shit's going to get real. So, you know, it's one of them type of things that the strong cap over a lot of the places, it's going to be a saving grace. But once that cap breaks, that's when the hail's going to get big. That's when the tornadoes are going to start. And storms are going to go from nothing to severe in 20, 30 minutes. You know, it's like when El Reno started. When El Reno happened in 2011, it was a capped environment. It was hot. It was humid. It was sticky. It was windy. And then you could see the clouds just starting to look real water vapory in the sky. And then all of a sudden, that cap broke and they went poof. And I mean, look at El Reno. El Reno was the biggest tornado on file. The biggest. And it didn't get the intensity because it didn't destroy nothing. But it killed a lot of storm chasers. It killed people trying to get away from it. And it made its own weather. It decided what it wanted to do. It decided it started moving south. And then after it was moving south, then now it started moving east. And then it moved northeast. I mean, it was so strong, it pretty much decided which way it was going to move. When do you believe the cap will release? Right after that magic hour. That magic hour is 3 to 6. You know why? That's when it's the hottest. That's when it has the most daytime heating. That's when everything always happens. That's why during springtime, you will always hear a meteorologist. You will always hear them say, "End up magic hour," and you know that magic hour is 3 to 6. That cap is going to break right about probably 5 to 6, maybe 7. But that's when that cap is really going to break, depending on where you are. Depending on where you are, it could break earlier when you're in Arkansas. If you're in Missouri, yeah, it's going to break way before that. But if you're here in this high risk zone here, if you're here in this area, yeah, you're probably right around 5, 6, 7 o'clock. That's what you're looking at right in through here. 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, somewhere in that time. It's gonna be humid. It's gonna be humid as shit tomorrow, depending on where you are. It's gonna be very humid, and you're gonna be like, "Oh man, it feels like storm weather." Yeah, it is gonna be storm weather. That's what's gonna be fueling everything to really come through. I mean, you can't. Every time it's different. I mean, that's kind of, storms are going to fire up earlier in Arkansas than they are in Kentucky. But the storms are supposed to be the strongest over this area. The reds and the purples, that's where the storms are going to be the most intense. Now, you can get some strong storms here in the yellow. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you're not going to get some strong storms, but you're a slight risk. The oranges is an enhanced risk. So, that means you have a really, really good chance. The reds means you have a extremely great chance. The purples means time to freaking move. No, it means I hope you have a storm shelter, because you're probably going to get slammed tomorrow. Okay. Now, I've been doing this for over 20 years. Okay. I've seen storms more intense in the yellows than they were in the reds and the purples. Okay. Does it happen? Yes, it happens. I was in Wynne, Arkansas 2 years ago on a high risk. And you want to know how that went? I'll tell you how that went. That was Wynne, Arkansas on a high risk day. When it loads. If it loads. No. Right there. Yeah, that's Wynne, Arkansas on a high risk day. Does that mean, does this area have a good chance of seeing storms tomorrow? Yes, it does. That's Wynne High School. I was right there right when it came through. I was chasing that exact same storm. Now, that's what you can expect on a high-risk day. Okay? I hate to say it, because, but this isn't something that we take serious. I mean, this isn't something that we joke around. High risk is only reserved for the worst of the worst. We don't issue a high risk if it's not going to be a high risk. So everything is really coming together. Your Enid's getting storms right now. So Enid, you're just under a severe thunderstorm warning. But you're in a tornado watch as well. Okay. Let's look here. So let's turn this off. Let's go back to the model program. Let's back it up to where we are now. So this is where we are now. So Enid, right about 4 a.m. You're done. Once this line passes you, and I mean, there's so much fuel in the air that it's picking out a pretty good hailer. This is probably ping pong ball size hail. And then, but the bigger, look, this is almost baseball, especially near El Reno. This is at 4 a.m. Yukon, down by Atarco, or Anadarko. Apache, down Medicine Park. These are big hail producers. Kingfisher, Dover, Stillwater, Morrison, Red Rock, north of Ponca City near Newkirk. These are hail producers. And these are right at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Big line. So, likelihood of a tornado in Enid. I mean, I've seen tornadoes around Enid a lot. I mean, but on this cell, let's look. Let's see if there's any. Let's turn off the model program. Let's see if there's anything even out there right now. So let's go to the next red. Let's load. And we want a Doppler close to Enid. So we're probably going to have to use, actually let's turn off that. Probably going to want to use the OKC Doppler. Let's see, Doppler sites. Yeah, so we're already seeing hail. So there's 1 inch in diameter, or 1 1/4. So hail probability 70 or 100%. Severe hail probability 70%. Storm speed 71 miles an hour. That's how fast it's moving. It's moving faster than you going down 35 or on 40. It's moving at 71 miles an hour. You're not going to outrun a storm moving 71 miles an hour. Okay? 67 miles an hour down here. And so we are seeing some rotation near Okini. So Enid. So Enid, you're right now seeing some of the storms, probably since the last, depending on where you are. So Doppler is picking up on some little bit of rotation near Lahoma. So that's going to head off. Let's look here. Let's pull up. So yeah, I mean, we're seeing rotation near Lahoma. We're seeing rotation near Goldtree. You're seeing this line here near Ames. You're seeing this line here near Okini. So you know, these ones are coming right toward Enid. These are the storm tracks. See this line here? This is a rotating line. And it just picked this out. It just started flashing. And it started flashing right here. And it's starting to flash right here. So, this right here, not good. And this is going right toward Enid. Let's pull up the other Doppler program. Let's really get an idea of what's going on here. Let's turn on the screen capture. Let's pull up. And let's go down here. Come on. Let's go. We're going to load. Oh, I can load KN. And let's load up this one. There we go. So, and obviously we see some rotation here. Alright, we see rotation north of Hitchcock. We see some good rotation just to the west of Watonga. So this line though, you can see right down by Ames. That's going to go toward Enid, North Enid. So that storm track is coming right toward Enid and North Enid. You can see them both right there. That's North Enid. This is Enid. And this is like the downtown area. So it's going to pass between Lahoma and Drummond. And it's going to go kind of right in through and split Lahoma. So severe thunderstorm warning, like I said, just went off. So let's pull up this Doppler here. Let's go down. We can look and let's look at KN. So this one doesn't see all that mix. So this one actually sees some rotation near Douglas. See some over here. Doesn't really see anything but this line that's really starting to develop here. See this line? This isn't as severe. Let's look at the hail core. Let's look at hail core. So yeah, see this? This is 1 inch plus. That's going to pass right to the, see this line? This line says it's going to go right toward North Enid. So, do we see any rotation in this line? Well, let's take a look. But with this one, I'm going to switch to the Doppler. So, yeah, we can see a pretty good area rotation. So, let's look at the echo top. This is telling me that cloud tops are already almost 50,000 feet tall. Okay? These are pretty tall cloud tops. That's why they're producing really big hail. So, Pawnee. Pawnee is not going to see the storms until, probably, let's look. Let's see, turn radar off. Go model, reflectivity. See, Pawnee really starts seeing them. This is about 4 a.m. So, and look at the big hail that hits Pawnee. This is baseballs. See that white? That's baseball size hail. So, and that is at 3 o'clock my time, which is 5 o'clock out there in Oklahoma. By 6 o'clock, you're done. There's nothing after 6. So you just really got to worry about this cell coming through at between 4 and 5. Eta, same thing. I mean, you're not going to see the cells until, let's see. So right now you're at 73 by 8 o'clock. You're done. So it's just this line that you just really have to worry about at about 7 o'clock. Perry. Let's see. Isn't Perry outside of Tulsa? I want to think that it is. It's like 44. I think I've been through Perry and oh, it's right here. It's on 35. I'm like, man, I know I've gone through Perry enough times. So this is 3 a.m. That's 4 a.m. And by 5 o'clock you're done. So I can't see it by minute, but you're going to see it. I mean, I can only see by hour. See, so so in between, I can pull it up. I mean, as soon as these lines start coming through, let's go off. Let's see. Let me turn off that. Let me turn off the model program. Let's go back to basic. So if I hit this line isn't going to hit you at all. See, this line is moving northeast. So if as soon as a storm track pops up that I can click on down here, that tells me that this line is going to move up toward Perry. See how this line is moving toward Perry? As soon as this one tells me that it's moving at 33 miles an hour. Well, this part is probably going to be real close to Perry. This side here in this storm box tells me, you know, I have to kind of wait for something to get into your area. So more than likely you're going to see part of this line that's near Okeene and Watonga. This side's going to probably start moving more because this is all moving. Dang it. Come on. See? There we go. This side's all moved. This line is moving at 70 miles an hour right now. This, you can see the storm front. I mean, it's moving. Storm direction is northeast at 70 miles an hour. So this is really going to start moving through here pretty quick. Kellyville. Anything for Shawnee? Shawnee is pretty much going to be the same thing along 40. So eventually, you're going to eventually get them right toward. Did I turned off the model, right? I did. So Shawnee is pretty much going to be the same thing. I mean, as soon as this line loads, thing kills me. Come on. Shawnee, you're in a bad spot. I mean, you're going to get, look at this big hail that's going to come through. So that's 5 by 6. I mean, you're getting slammed by 6. By 7, you're practically done in Shawnee. Yeah. Yeah. K4 and everybody, yeah, they're not broadcasting that no 3. Connor's a good friend of mine. He does all right. By Bristow. So I don't think Kellyville pops up on mine. You don't get anything at 5. You get maybe some rain at 5. 6 o'clock. I mean, you're getting some huge thunderstorms at 6. 7, you're done. By 7 o'clock, there's maybe some light rain showers, but everything is off to your east. Okay. So, not really going to have much. A lot of these, yes, you're under a tornado watch, but do I think a lot of these areas are going to see tornadoes tonight? Probably not. It's probably going to be real rare if we get a tornado warning. Yes, everything is in place for it, but it's mainly because of the temperatures. Everything's in the mid 70s, low to mid 70s depending on where you are. So there's a lot of fuel. There's a lot of fuel out there. So but I mainly see a hail. I mainly see hail threat. Okay, I see strong winds, 70, maybe on the top end, 80 miles an hour, but mainly wind gusts around 70 and big hail to, holy shit, that hail is huge. Okay, that's mainly what I see. Now, can we get an isolated spin up? Yes, sure could. That's not out of the question. But I mainly see hail. I mainly see hail threat. I don't see tornado threat. I see mainly hail. Are we going to get widespread, huge tornado outbreak in Oklahoma tonight? Probably not. 1 or 2 along the line? Not out of the question. Not out of the question. But one that touches down in Enid and goes all the way through Bartlesville and up into Tulsa and up over, probably not. I'm probably not going to see that. Any squall line, you guys know bow lines. A little bow segment along a squall line, you're in Oklahoma. You already know they don't last as long and they're not as intense. Can you get a spin up? Yes. Or is it going to stay on the ground for a huge amount of time? No. We're not talking supercells now. We're talking squall line. A QLCS event. Squall line. QLCS. If you get a spin up, it'll probably be on the ground a couple blocks, maybe 5 miles, if that. Maybe 5 miles, maybe 3 miles. It's not going to be anything huge. Don't really get wedges from a squall line. probably be a stovepipe, maybe just a rope, you know. But normally don't get. Near Enid, let's take a look. Let's take a look at that. Let's look at your rotation. See, this is hail core. So you got the hail core just getting ready to move in. Just on the outside of North Enid right now, so still pretty good away from the high school. I'm guessing this is the high school because it's a big giant track. So you're just getting the smaller hail's just getting ready to come in. Yeah, Expo. Yeah. So the hail is not too far from the Expo Center right now, and you can see the bigger hail. So that's the hail core. Looks like the main area of rotation is going to be well to the south. So now we're just getting emergency manager in Garfield County, 1 mile south-southeast of Enid, reporting 1-inch hail falling right now. Okay? Just came in. You just seen that report come in. 1-inch hail. 1 mile southeast of Enid. So, let's go back to the hail core. So, just getting ready to come in. Still. Let's see. Let's pull up this one. See what it's really saying. So there's a little bit. You can see this little bit of rotation right here, right on the south end of Enid. Doesn't look like anything major that I would consider major right here. So it's mainly looking like a hail threat for Enid at this point. And that's the super. Let's go to the storm relative. Yeah. You're probably going to hear the winds really kick up here in the next few minutes. So as this really starts to go over Enid and North Enid, it's going to get really windy. And you might even notice, if you're right there, you might even notice and hear when they switch direction. Okay? They're just getting ready to switch directions right now. Because this just updated. So you're now in that hail core. So you're probably seeing marble size hail right now in North Enid, but it's going to get bigger. Okay? It's going to get even the bigger hail core is just now coming in to that same area. So it's going to get bigger here pretty quick. Okay? And you're going to hear it. You're going to start hearing the banging within 3 minutes, probably, Renee. Probably in about 2 to 3 minutes, you're really going to start hearing that hail. Okay? Tulsa, you're looking at later on, Braden. If I look at the Doppler and the model, you're looking pretty close to right about 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock, right when everything comes in, and by 8 o'clock you're completely done. So you still got a lot of time. 6 and 7. Lawton, you're right about 4 to 5. Okay? And by 6, you're done. So you can see that this line's starting to come into Lawton at 4. It moves through. You get another cell at 5. By 6, you're done. There's nothing after that, Jessica. Oh, I appreciate that. I really do. I'm normally always out here chasing, so but I won't be out there until, let's see, I go to Arkansas on Friday, so I'll actually be in OKC and Duncan on Sunday on my way back. I'm moving some friends of mine out to the Bella Vista area, so I'll get a chance to be out, but all the weather always happens either before I get there, like now, or it will be after I already leave. That's just my luck. That's how it always happens. That's my luck. But it's spring. There'll be tons of time to come back out and have fun and chase and enjoy the weather, and it's just not going to be this weekend. So yeah, I'm coming. The heck? Why the heck are those falling? Am I the only one seeing that? That is so weird to see hail symbols fall across the sky. Huh. That's so weird. And anyway, where in Cali is he coming from? That is so weird. I'm in Northern California. Oh, really? Sac? So, there's Sacramento, and I'm right here. So, I'm right here in Gridley, just north of Yuba City. So, there's Sacramento. I'm only 60 miles away from... Yep. I'm only 60 miles from Sacramento. Oh, Loomis. Yeah. I got a lot of friends in Loomis. I used to work with a guy that lives in Loomis. So... Oh, at the cosmetology school, and on trying to think of that name. It's the cosmetology school right by. It used to be right next door to. Back in the day, I think it was right next to Cost You Less Insurance. There was that beautician school, and you always seen all the kids walk with mannequin heads, and they would braid them and do everything with the hair, and yep, I remember them days. No, I don't mind you asking. I mean, my last name is Stolman, so I'm, like I said, I can show you. Usually, oh, there's my live feed. That's me on Facebook, and that's Wynn, Arkansas. So, after a tornado went through 2 years ago. But, and there's me in the green screen. That's right there. But, is there a tornado close to Yukon? Well, not really. I mean, there's really no tornadoes. I mean, the Yukon's way over here. There's a line, yes. Is it producing a tornado? No. Hail? Yes. Gusty winds? Yes. Tornado? Not right now, it's not. Severe thunderstorm warnings now issued for all these cells. Only took them 10 years. Updraft means hail. The stronger the updraft, the bigger the hail gets, because it can support a hailstone. So hail falls, updrafts suspend it, it goes back into the storm, tries to fall, the updraft still keeps it up, so it goes back around again until the updraft can no longer hold that hailstone, and then it comes falling. That's why you get the 2-inch, the 2.5-inch, the 3-inch. Now, does updraft play into rotation? Not so much. Hail, yes. There's different everything for rotation. You look at mid-level, low-level, shear. You got to have winds crossing at different heights. There's so much to go into rotation that updraft is mainly hail. The stronger the updraft, the bigger the hailstone gets. Because it can support the weight. It can blow, it just keeps that hailstone until that updraft can no longer support it, and then it falls. That's how you get baseball, or if you follow Reed Timmer, that's how you get gorilla hail. Got to get to the gorilla, because it's big, huge, strong updrafts. You're in Oklahoma, you know what I'm talking about. But yep. I mean, if we look, you can see the strong winds coming up out of the south, right off the Gulf, right up into Oklahoma. So yeah, it's humid. You can see we got high pressure all the way off the east coast, and it's blowing it all the way into South Texas and up into Oklahoma. So yeah, there's a lot of warm air just blowing, and it's strong. I mean, it's some good sized winds. So there's the closer these isobars are together, the stronger the winds. So you can see these isobars are pretty close to each other, so there's some gusty winds right up into this cell. So, and that's what's keeping those updrafts really going. is the speed of the winds. So hello, Anton. Welcome. See your comment there on YouTube. Appreciate it. Always glad to see first timers here. So glad you were able to find the live stream. It's been a long night. I worked 12 hours on my normal job and then came home and chased a little bit, and then because we had a tornado warning here earlier, and we still had some strong thunderstorms here in Northern California, and now I've been sitting here for the last 5 hours doing weather. So I'm already on 18 hours for today, and it's just almost 2 a.m. here on the West Coast. Rogers, you're not going to see any storms until later on this morning in Rogers, especially right here, right on 49 and 412. So if we look, so you're looking at right about 10 in the morning, maybe 9, 10, 11, 12. So by 1 o'clock, everything's past you in Rogers. Yeah. Let's see. When will everything hit Muskogee? Well, there's Muskogee. You can see maybe a little bit of light rain around 5 and 6. The main thing hits you at 7. Or no, sorry, 8 o'clock. That's 8 o'clock. And then by 9, you're done. There's nothing left after 9. So it's mainly right when this hits you at 8. You might get a little bit of rain at 7, but your main thing is when that hits you. Do I think there's a tornado threat for Rogers? I mean, you're not under a tornado watch yet. Do I think you can be under one? Yeah, look at these supercells here. I mean, these are producing baseball-sized hail. They're all around you. Do I think you might see, I mean, especially this one, it comes real close to Benton and Rogers. I mean, it goes right over Centerton. So, and this is baseballs. Do I think you might get a chance of a tornado? Yes. Is there a chance? Yes. Does it mean you're going to get one? No. But is there a chance of it? Yes. Especially with that strong updraft, and the temps right now, you're still in the 70s. You're like 72 degrees right now. So it's a squall line. I mean, it's a big squall line. Yeah, you could probably see it. You could probably see a small spin up. Yeah, there's a good chance of it. Is that storm coming behind the current? No, no. That is just. I have two different things going at once. I have the current weather, and then I have it projecting out, so you can see where it is and by what time that it hits, say Rogers or Muskogee or Tulsa. So not right now. There's not a whole lot that you're not really going to get anything after anything severe, at least. Okay, you might catch maybe a stray shower, but nothing severe. Once this line passes you, your threat is over. You won't have any tornado threat after this. You won't have to worry about anything forming because this line is actually sucking out all the heat. So you're more than welcome. So yeah, I was actually out. I was in Wynne, Arkansas. What was that? 2 years ago. Coming up on the second year anniversary. So yeah, I get it. I mean, I've lost my windshield out here. What's it? By Paris. I had my windshield by Sabuco. I was right here and had baseball size hail destroy my windshield on live stream on National Storm Center of all places. So I was out here chasing, and I was in Fort Smith, and it went tornado warned and came down, and I followed it right along 22 through Paris and Sabuco, and lost my windshield. So I stayed on 22 to Russellville and hit 40. But yeah, I mean, it destroyed my windshield. See if I might be able to see if I can find it. It should be right here. Let's see. I think I have. Actually, it should be. Of all places, should be right here. Let's see. Photos. Do I have it on album? Let's see. post a lot of pictures. That's Wynn, Arkansas. So this one was March 31st, 2023. And that was a high risk day. And let's see. So the last one. Which one's this? So that is 22. I think it was 22. I think I was out there on that outbreak at 22. Yeah, I was. Because this is Leslie, Arkansas. So yeah, I was out there in 22. Because the day before that, I was here in Winterset, Iowa. And saw this lady get thrown from a tornado right in front of me. March 5th of 22. So yeah, did I not post? Because that was after. So I blew my windshield after that. Pretty sure I did. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was the year before. Maybe that was 21. Was it 21? No, couldn't have been. Yeah, what? Maybe it was 21. Because I was out there 21 and 22. I'll find out. I'm already right here. When will it? Yeah, because there's that. So yeah, it has to be right here. This is 21. This is that 2020 already? Nope, that's March 2021. So yeah, because this was an EF4 2.5 mile wide tornado coming out right in front of me on Easter Sunday in 2020 in Mississippi. It was a big tornado. So rain wrapped. So that me blowing my windshield has to be right here. And if not, maybe I didn't share it. Could have sworn I did. I would know I was on live stream. What's that? Oh, that's 2020. Huh. Wonder why those pictures. Alright. Well, when in doubt, I'll go back. Let's see. Oh, photo. Album. Profile? No. Nope, not there. So it was, cover photo. Let's see. So that was near Sabuco. Big giant wall cloud, and it dropped baseball size hail from it. And then I guess, oh yeah, And that's what my windshield, that's how I drove back to California with my windshield destroyed. Luckily, I didn't get pulled over in between Arkansas and California. But, yeah. That was a nice storm. But, yeah, I had to drive back with no windshield. It was fun. It was great. Yeah, May 2024. I was up. What's that? No, I wasn't out there in 2024. It's 23. I was out there in 23. Yeah, I would believe it. I've been in a lot of rain-wrapped tornadoes. That one on Easter Sunday in Mississippi was rain-wrapped. Couldn't even see it. It was all rain-wrapped. It would probably be on the weaker side. And it wouldn't last long. So, we're looking at a squall line. See this big giant squall line? So, it's going all the way from Michigan, pretty much. I mean, it's all the way up here in Iowa, all the way straight down to Texas. So, more than likely, if you did QLCS type event, tornadoes, they spin up, but they don't last as long, and they're usually not as intense. I'm going to take a quick break. Let's see. I remember every second of the one in May. I wish there was more documentation on it, as there was a lot of controversy within the community on how it was handled. Yeah, that happens a lot, though. Look at the El Reno tornado from 2011. Or not 2011, 2013. Yeah, 2013. And it's the biggest tornado ever recorded. And it didn't hit very much, but what it did hit, it was only rated EF3, but how can a 2.6 mile wide tornado with multiple vortices all around it only be an EF3? When was the last time you seen an EF3 with 6, 7, 8 vortices all circling around it? But that wasn't the main tornado. The main tornado didn't hit shit. It was all the vortices that hit people, that threw people, that did this and did that, and they were EF3. The main tornado itself never hit nothing. But it was the vortices that were dancing around it, forming everywhere, that hit Twistex, that hit everyone. Yeah, 2011. It was 2011. So, there's always a lot of controversy when it comes to tornadoes and it comes to strengths. And I mean, hell, look at Jonesboro. There was parts of Jonesboro that got annihilated, and then there was other parts that were pure steel and had big, huge steel beam girders twisted. And but they only gave it an EF4. But a lot of the houses there were older homes. See, you got to look at what structures. Look at Mayfield. Look at the Mayfield tornado. It collapsed buildings, but the problem is that Mayfield is poor. Like, there is no building code in Kentucky. You know how I know? I got family in Kentucky, actually near Mayfield. And you can live in a semi-trailer and put AC in it, do everything, and you can live in it in Kentucky. They'll come out and hook up power to your semi-trailer. And, I mean, there's no building code in Mayfield. There is now, after that big tornado, but a lot of the old downtown and everything, that was built back in the 50s and 60s, man. I mean, you go to Mayfield, if you've never been to Mayfield, it is a huge Amish area. They have horse lynching posts for you to tie your horse and carriage out at the Dollar General in Mayfield. Like, it is Amish. It is as Amish as you can get. And that just to tell you how old those buildings are. And why so many people were hurt and killed in that tornado. But it was only rated EF4. But look at the big giant hook echo that it had with it. And it was only rated a 4. Okay? It has to... The most messed up part about it is that if it hits something that's so old and there's no building codes, they will never give it a 5. They will never do it. That tornado was on the ground over 100 miles, and it very varied in intensity. But in all reality, it actually stayed the same intensity. It's just other places might have been a little bit older, especially out in Hickman. Man, those buildings out there, they're all old outhouses and shit. I mean, it's not like going into a populated area with the state-of-the-art freaking building coordinator and everyone going, oh, you got to have this permit, you got to have that permit. There aren't permits for new construction in Kentucky. There is now, after that tornado, but before the tornado, you didn't need a permit for shit in Kentucky to build nothing. You could go to Home Depot, get all your 2x4s, you can get plywood, get your shingles, and do everything, and they would hook power up to it, no problem. I mean, Western Kentucky is pretty poor. It's pretty poor, especially Paducah, Mayfield, Hickman, Wycliffe. It's a pretty poor area. So but I'm actually going to take a quick break real quick, and I'll be right back. Like I said, I'll only be gone probably like 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Just after 2 a.m. here on the West Coast.